Hello. Hello. But can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah, yeah. I think there is a problem with it. Okay. So, hmm, yeah, I unmuted. Hmm, hmm. So, is it my screen is visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. Shall we start now? It's already presented. Is it visible now? Yeah. So, shall I proceed now? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. I'm not able to hear your voice actually. Can you respond only?
Yeah, we are able to hear you, sir.
Shall I start now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So today, my talk is on the leveraging 5G, 6G, and beyond emerging technologies for Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vikshit Bharat 7. So before going for the in detail, first we'll see the evaluation of 6G and um, its capabilities. So the beyond the speed, the 6G promises the data rate of speed up to 1 Tbps, and the latency is less than 1 microseconds. Seamless connectivity. Second parameter is intelligence and automation, and ambiguous connectivity, which is leveraging technologies like terahertz communications. For the 6G, will connect urban centers, rural areas, and underwater systems, and many more. So, coming to the Atmanirbhar Bharat, for building the self-reliant country, we need to have indigenous R&D systems in various sectors like smart agriculture, rural empowerment, industrial automation, and industry 4.0 and 5.0, and green technologies and sustainability. And when you see as a enabling global harmony, like Vasudeva Kutumbam, as per the statement of Prime Minister, global connectivity is one. Second is the collaborative research and development. Third is the disaster management and humanitarian aid. And fourth is the digital diplomacy. And what are the key enabling technologies which is making India to be a self-reliant country is with the help of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, and quantum computing, satellite and space-based systems, and all. And what are the challenges and the solutions we have? And challenges are currently depends on imports for critical technologies and lack of skilled workforce, mainly in India, in advanced technology domains. And cybersecurity threats are more because of IoT, AI, and all. And the solution for it is incentives for indigenous tech development, like encouraging the indigenous tech development, and you know because we have lack of skilled workforces in India in terms of advanced tech domains, for skilling programs for emerging technologies in advanced technologies, and robust policies for digital security and data privacies. And what is the path forward for making the India to be a self-reliant country? Is a few key steps. One is promoting indigenous innovations through Make in India initiatives, encourage adoption of new technologies in public and private sectors, and strengthen the collaboration among AIG, the academia, industry, and government. So, vision for this thing is that a digitally empowered, self-reliant India, ready to lead the world in the upcoming digital era. So, vision for future ready India is digital empowerment, self-reliant, global leadership. And when you see the human life before the internet is, the all family, entire family will be in one place and having their fun time together. But when the technologies evaluations starts from first generations to sixth generation technologies, and you have a differentiation between 1G to 2G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, and 6G. And if you see here, 1G is only the analog voice communication, and 2G will have a digital messaging like factors, and 3G will have some kind of a mobile data browsing and all. And fourth is 4G, you have a mobile broadband connection, like ultra high definition videos can be streamed. And 5G, you have completely new radio, and you have completely uh, you know low latency, high ultra definition videos can be streamed in a short span of time. Whereas the 6G, we have a complete new technology where it works on the terahertz communications, like MIMO and massive MIMO, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and quantum communications. So due to that, because of the higher frequency, the bandwidth is higher. So frequency allocation and bandwidth allocation for the 6G is very higher in gigahertz. So your ultimately the latency will be less than you know 1 microsecond. So latency is the delay between the source to the destination. So if you see the technology evaluations to 6G start from 1G to 6G, and if you compare the previous generation 5G and 6G, we have major differences are data rates, and second is reliability, third is latency, and fourth is the localization precisions. And the data rate for 5G is 1 Gbps, and for data rate for 6G is 1 Tbps, because of my bandwidth is higher. And reliability case, it is lesser than the 10 power minus 5, but whereas in the 6G you have much more less than the 5G. Latency is very very less, like 100 nanoseconds, less than 100 nanoseconds for 6G. For 5G it is 5 milliseconds. And this is the life after the internet entered into the human life. Still the human beings and the family members are together, but still they are communicating through the technologies. So the telecommunication network architecture generally, this is the way it forms. Like when a cellular A wants to communicate with the cellular B, here you can see, and it has to pass through a proper channel. Like cellular A has to communicate with the mobile tower, nearby mobile tower. It's search for the mobile switching center. This mobile switching center will search for another mobile tower, and this mobile tower will look for the cellular B. So this is how it happens. The mobile network functioning happens in a milliseconds of time when you're making a call to your friend or somebody else, right? So the communications. When it comes to the communications, the types of communications you have, various communication side. In a technology side, we have wired and wireless communications. Wired is through cable. Is when you connect devices through a cable, it is wired, and if you transmit through some of the transmitting, devices, it is wireless. So you have in a communication system, you have transmitter receiver chains, and you have a channel and source the information from the input end, and output will be user information. And this is types of the communication and why the wireless communication is preferred. So where it is preferred and why it is preferred. So this is how there are some examples. Wired, how it is through LAN cable, and wired is wireless is through the antennas. And when you see the difference, uh, so when you see the difference between the wired and wireless communication is the speed will be higher for the wired, and lower speed for the wireless communications. And you have in a wired, it is it's more time to install it, and the wireless is very easy to install. And you have a bandwidth is limited in a wireless, and more bandwidth will be available in a wired, because it is the signal or information is passed through a fiber optic cable. And so interference is less in a wide communication, because nobody can tamper, or nobody can hack your network. And in wireless, yeah, there is a interference problem, and it is less reliable. Wireless communication is less reliable than the wired communications. So the advantages and disadvantages of wired and wireless, it has its own advantages and disadvantages also. So why do we need 5G when 4G is available? So basically, the year by year, the demand for you know the network is rising, increasing number of devices. So for set, providing services to the all devices, we need a higher bandwidth for higher data rates and low latency. For 4G, you can't do it, because there is a the channel capacity equation. We have channel capacity in terms of bandwidth as well as the input power. So there are two options to increase the channel capacity to satisfy a number of increasing number of devices. One is either increase the power or the bandwidth. So increasing power is have you have a limitations. So the other option is increasing bandwidth. So if you see it here, the 3G band have a bandwidth is allocated for 3G is 5 megahertz, and 4G you have a 20 megahertz, and 5G you have 100 megahertz and 400 megahertz. Because of the bandwidth is higher, so it's the 5G, it satisfies the requirement, or the meets the requirement of increasing number of devices. And see the comparison of 4G and 5G network coverages and beamforming. For 4G, you have a continuous beam radiation in a particular sector, but whereas for 5G, you have individual beams will be generated to individual users. And this is again a comparison of the some kind of a technical tech parameters, like latency is 10 milliseconds for 4G. For 5G is less than 1 millisecond. Data rate is very high for the 5G compared to the 4G, and available spectrum is very higher, and the connection density is very higher because of my bandwidth is higher. And these are spectrum allocations throughout the globe in sub gigahertz, FR1 band and FR2. This is called lower band, mid band, and millimeter wave band. So sub gigahertz is used for the rural area applications, and FR1 band is used for the semi-urban applications, and FR2 band is for the high density application, high density areas and all. So when you see the network architecture of the 4G, you have a 4G architecture like this. There are systems and then antenna systems, and radio units are connected through a fiber optic cable. But whereas in 5G, this baseband unit and radio unit heads are clubbed together and put it in a radio unit in a which is integrated into a one box. This is looks how it looks like, and which is mounted on a 5G tower. So in that case, what is the most prominent few technologies in 5G is using millimeter wave and small cells and massive MIMO and beamforming. And this is a 5G massive MIMO made simple, because in the crowded places you use the FR2 band, which is a millimeter wave band. And these are the various scenarios in a different applications, like massive memory is one technology which is meeting the requirement of 5G vision. So the way you array the number of elements so that my beam will be served to the one user, two user, three users, or n users. And this is a conventional base station for telecommunication side. It is looks like, and this is the camouflage tower for the base stations. And this is some of the other conventional camouflage towers, like palm trees. And this is a smart base stations. So street lights are used as a base stations for 5G or a millimeter wave band. And some of the other conventional camouflage towers as a BTS base stations and all. And there are deployment scenarios or various sectors, like scenario one is for dense urban high-rise buildings and all, which is in cities. And urban low-rise buildings is this scenario, because you need a beam width is higher in high-rise building, and low-rise building you don't need a beam width, but you need a range. And these are some of the 5G BTS base stations which is built, and this is how it is for 5G. When it comes to the 6G, as I said, 6G is technology expected to incorporate 5G into regional satellite services networks, and 6G innovations and all. It's only the advantage is bandwidth is higher, and my data rate will be very higher for the users. So 6G's technologies is expected to incorporate 5G into regional satellite service networks, like for providing extra coverage, high data rates, low latency, and battery life for the each device is very higher, and traffic will increase because of my bandwidth is increase, and energy efficiency also will increase 10 times more than the 5G. And the coverage will be very shorter. It's around 1 meter indoor, and I mean indoor is 10 centimeter to something like that, and the outdoor will be 1 meter to 500 meters. So what 6G technology brings to us is one is the privacy, infrastructure, healthcare, artificial intelligence, and the spectrum. And the requirement for 6G wireless telecommunications or technology is extreme high data rates, extreme low latency, extreme coverage, high reliability, low energy and cost, and massive connectivity. So this is the flow chart or the technology invention into the with respect to years. By 2030, we can expect the 6G into the market. So we have every technology will have advantages and disadvantages also. So advantages for the 6G, we have supports with higher number of mobile connections and supports higher data rates, and independent frequencies can be allocated to the individual beams to the individual users and all. So this is a graph of each generations 3G, 4G, and 5G. And this is 3G to 4G have a 12 years gap, and 4G to 5G will have a 8 years gap, and 5G to 6G we expected less than 8 years gap. And these are the frequency allocations, spectrum allocations for the future radio access for 5G and 6G. And blue color is for the 5G, and black color is for the 6G spectrum range. And some of the IoTs, like Internet of Things, like interconnect communicating things. So basically, what is IoT? So the IoT is the network of physical objects or things which are embedded with electronics or softwares or many other devices connected together to collect and exchange data. And this is the how the IoT is functioning. And the example for the IoT is the smart cities, smart health, smart grid, and smart homes, and many more. And this is one of the application for the IoT, smart parking. This is for the efficient waste management in smart cities and supported by the scenarios of IoT. And some of the sensors in even the holy cow, It is again IoT based devices, IoT applications in shopping scenarios, and thought controlled computing systems for using IoT technology, and state of IoT in agriculture side to know the moisture level or any other parameters and all. Until now, we have seen the radiation or technology side. Now, let us see the cell tower radiations and what are the hazards and the solutions for it. So these are the RF sources: FM tower, TV tower, AM tower, and Wi-Fi and cell tower and mobile phones. And this is the amount of energy which is radiated from the each and every tower. And in every house, the cell phone radiations it occurs like this. And this is a mobile phone scenario. Most of the radiation happens at the edges of your mobile phone. And this is the smart glasses scenario, and where your the high red color is high intensity, where high amount of energy is transmitting through your brain and body. And these are the mobile phone radiations penetrations in heads with respect to the ages, adult and childs, and how the brain is getting boiled for each and every ages and all. For any kind of mobile phones, you have who characterized based on the SAR specific absorption ratio rate. That rate value should be less than some of the less than 1.6 watts per kgs. So this is the amount of radiations in various sites, like in your mobile phone is hand holding in a hand, keeping your mobile phone near to the ears and keeping your mobile phone on a stomach. And this is the scenario for first generation mobile to the current generation mobile. Only difference is that size is miniaturized. Because of the size is miniaturized, the radiation is very high. Whereas in the first generation mobile phone is kind of very big in size, so heat dissipation is very less compared to the current generations now. And this is a scenario: the cell phone usages before using and after using. This is how the intensity of the cell damages happens because of the cell phone radiations. And when you see I'd like to compare this the mobile industry with the automobile industry. And they have some few common factors, like both are required in a real life or lifestyle. So automobile creates its air pollution, but while cell phones and towers creates a radiation pollution. But what is not common is automobile industry has its own substitution, but mobile industry doesn't have any other substitutions to avoid these radiations and all. In other industries called some cigarette industries and all, so this is also some kind of a common factor. And cell phone industries and these other the cigarettes of 21st century, there are a few common things, like cell phone radiations are even more harmful than the cigarettes, because one cannot see, one cannot smell, one cannot move away from the anywhere of this world. Wherever you go, you have cell phone radiations. You cannot escape from the cell phone radiations. At least you can escape from the smoke or something like that. So the suggestions to reduce EMI exposure is try to avoid this kind of scenarios, and better to have the earphones. And these are some of the research areas in the funding side from the ministry. We have fund in various domains: AIML, robotics, RFIC, chips, semiconductor chips to startups, IoTs, and e-vehicles. And we have few, thousands of crores fund for the semiconductor industry. This is how Make in India is under the semiconductor mission is growing year by year. So basically, the semiconductor mission aim is to focus for future skills development for India's tech kids, which is aimed to 60,000 or 70,000 plus workforces for semiconductor technologies in upcoming few years. So which is called virtual nano fabrication environment, enabling transformational learning experiences should get by our workforces of India. There are various schemes, chips to startups, or mm, uh, various academic schemes are available under this new TechEd and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So there are few semiconductor laboratories in India of the government, various IITs and IICs and all. So this is another funding research grants website, like idex.gov.in. There you can have your own. You can address the problem statement. The government will provide a few crores to have your own business to support to the Indian government for various security reasons and all. And when it comes to the conclusion, we'll end up with the conclusion that digital Swadeshi is integral to achieve Atmanirbhar Bharat. So, for achieving to make the India to be Atmanirbhar or reliant self-reliant country, is using next generation technologies are the main key parameters or enablers for this vision. So let us join hands to drive the digital innovation and build a future-ready self-reliant India. And this is my contact. You can reach me for any kind of clarifications and all. And thank you so much, and thank you so much for the opportunity. So if you have any questions, please come forward. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Any question from the student?
Hmm.
Question from the student?
Yes. Go ahead.
Any question?
Yes. Yes. Hi. Hi.
Okay,
Hello.
sir. If anyone, please raise your hand. We'll give you mic.
Anybody has any questions?
No question?
Okay.
Okay. Sir, we are deeply honored by your presence. May I respectfully invite you to address and gather in a remote lecture. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you.
Balakrishnan, sir, for that insights for the webinar. Your address has provided us with an important perspective on how next generation connectivity and intelligent platform can contribute to the digital transformations and applications of traditional knowledge systems. Thank you so much, sir. Atla wala shodo tari pado tari hoga sir sri to download approach. We now proceed to the second keynote of the morning. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Gayatri Dave, Dean Chalsat Changa, Gujarat. Dr. Gayatri Dave is Professor and Dean, Faculty of Science at Charodar University of Science and Technology, India. She brings 19 years of teaching and research experience in microbiology, biotechnology, enzymatology, biochemicology, and environmental system biology. Her research span enzymes engineering, microplastics, biotoms-based biomedicine, metagenomics, and drug discovery using natural pharmacology, and she has contributed to identifying natural product-based antiviral and antifungal lists. Dr. Dave has surprised 100 postgraduate dissertations and 8 PhD scholars. She is the principal investigator of a Government of India funded research project worth rupees 1.30 crore focused on various thirst areas. Her innovation portfolio includes 5 patents and 36 plus research publications in Journal of International Repute in 2026. Dr. Kamal participated in India's Arctic expedition organized by NCPOR, gained first-hand experience in polar microbiology, ecology, and expertise. Madam, we are delighted to have you with us. May I request you kindly deliver your keynote address, please, sir.
Thank you.
No PPT. What's your
Set the screenage करूँ person से?
Thank you, madam, for such a kind introduction. And good morning, everyone. Present here as well as virtually. So today's my lecture is
nahi.
not directly linked to the computer biology or any specific subject. It's about how Ayurveda knowledge can be decoded in the modern perspective. So we know what is Ayurveda. Everyone is aware that what is the Ayurvedic medicine in practice or what is inside this. But let's start. You have heard about the tulsi, you have heard about the Krishna, you have heard about the many such routine medicines in your life you are taking every day without realizing that how to affect you. So this particular lecture, my today's lecture, is just to give you an idea
Madam,
that
change
how
करे
to
this पर.
decode the functional reasons behind the impact of such formulation. A very simple idea or tripla, or you are taking tulsi extract, whatever you are taking, how it is actually impacting you, how to decode that with the various disciplines. You cannot decode by simply using the biology, simply using the chemistry or a computer science. It is a kind of an interdisciplinary approach to require every discipline's knowledge to understand that how this drug is actually affecting you. So with this introduction about the objective of my today's lecture, I will first let you know about my title that what actually indicates. It's all about from traditional wisdom to system pharmacology. So we know that the tulsi is affecting and relieving our common cold symptoms. But why? How it is really relieving our common cold symptoms? We are quite familiar. How to decode that? That's methodology I'm basically sharing with you all. So that's what the scope of my day's lecture.
It's not moving from here. It's not moving. That.
Screen share.
Yeah, yes, it's shared only. Just a minute. When it's not moving from here. Sorry for a technical wait. Yeah, just. Share. Share. Thank you.
Huh?
Slideshow. It should be visible to the virtual audience. Yeah, yeah, different. It will be changing now.
That's fine.
Changing from your side, just check.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
So the first is the traditional knowledge. What is our traditional knowledge? I may be aware of like Ayurveda, herbs, Unani medicinal practices, acupuncture. All these are considered as a traditional medicinal practices. But we barely know that how this traditional medicinal practices actually advantageous to us. So we will try to understand that how to decode the knowledge of this traditional medicinal practice. So I have included various examples and particularly how the computer is useful in decoding this information. So very first thing, it's not that simple what it appears. A simple tulsi with couple of chemical compounds. There are so many chemistry students which are present here, so you are very well aware that what does it mean by the chemical compound. In a simple tulsi, there are more than 60 to 70 chemical compounds are there. Just knowing that means even it's not sufficient. Why it is not sufficient? Because on what time you are collecting the tulsi leaves. Are you collecting the tulsi leaves or a tulsi root or the dry tulsi? Depending on that, the compounds present into the tulsi would be better. So every time if you want to get the desired result or the same result, you should collect the tulsi leaf with the same situation. Suppose you are collecting on a full moon day, it should be collected every time on a full moon day. It should be used fresh, not in dry form. So what we will do? Ayurveda medicinal practices actually emphasizing that should be followed for its desired result. Why it should be followed the desired result? Because when you are collecting on the full moon day, the chemical composition may be different than on the day, on other days you are collecting. If you are collecting on the ninth time, maybe the chemical composition is varied compared to you are collecting on the daytime. These are the minute details, but the attention should be paid when we are actually collecting the plant for any medicinal purpose. So very first thing, why we should know about the traditional knowledge? Where to collect our specimen, that we should know first. Once we should know that it should be collected on a full moon day or etc. etc. What is the next information should be there with us? The next level of information is what kind of a chemical compound it actually possesses. Uh, how you would be able to know that how many chemical compounds are there in the solution? For that, you need to do a couple of essays, couple of practical methodology that chemistry students very well aware of, but the computer students may not be aware of. But that the sophisticated platforms like ICMS, liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry analysis, NMR spectroscopy. With this technique, you will be able to identify that what kind of a chemical compounds are present into your specimen. Once you know that these are the set of chemical compounds, that's actually a very big thing. We, majority Indian people, are unaware that what are the chemical compounds is present in the medicinal herbs, which is listed in the Ayurveda. There are various other such databases. Here, the role of computational biology, computer science students came into the light. Majority of the Indian knowledge or Indian traditional medicinal practices is preserved in ancient books like Shushruta Samhita to Ashtanga Hridaya. But it is not available like any app or like any database. Only 4 or 5 databases so far is known which actually record, catalog, characterizing the Ayurvedic medicines. But unlike to us, the Chinese medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, they are so professional in cataloging entire their Chinese medicinal practices. And you could see the name of this PCMID, PCMS, PCMS, all three are the computational database used, prepared based on using MySQL, simple computational database preparation techniques, which is actually recording more than 2 lakh Chinese traditional medicinal herbs, animal products, juices, formulations along with. The other one is the CompoDB, that's Japanese database regarding the Japanese traditional medicinal practice. But if you are you able to name any of Indian databases, which is an household name, so that we know that how actually the our Ayurvedic medicinal practices could be helpful to us to value on that. Though there are a couple of databases, the such databases are 4 major ones. One is basically the government initiative, the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, but it just lists the 45 herbs only. See, I have compared all 4 databases on the Indian medicine, Indian traditional medicinal practices. It is a digitalization of the information written into our traditional record. That is the possible scope for any computer professional. The other one is name it plant. They just record the 4,500 herbs, but what is not mentioned, their formulation is not mentioned, the compound detail is not mentioned, their biological target is not mentioned, their therapeutic application is not mentioned. So just the name of the drug is there, or name of the formulation or plant is there, but their impact is not mentioned. So it's very partially incomplete. Similarly, the other one is phytochemical. Just list 5 herbs, and that's also the region specific. It's basically from the Himalayan medicinal herbs, which is mentioned 3 to 5 only 5 herbs, no more information. Yeah, they are actually mentioning about which plant part can be used for a drug and how many compounds are there. But looking to the wide diversity of the chemical compounds in the million, the number 963 is appear to be very less. The decent and a modest database, which we call it IMPACT database, that contains more than 974 herbs. Apart from the 100 herbs and 974 formulations with more than 2,200 compounds. Still considering the millions of chemical compounds present in the plant, this information is again insufficient. So here there is a huge scope to record the information in the digital format by the computer professional, biological professional, and the chemistry professional. It would be a good interdisciplinary research aspect if we try to record the information which is actually listed in our Ayurvedic medicine practices. That is what they take away from this particular sub. Yeah. So, what is the difference between the current medicinal practices and the Ayurvedic medicinal practice? The current medicine, whatever single medicine you take very often for your headache, what you take? For your fever, what you take? For your fever, you take a paracetamol. Am I right? Paracetamol is a common drug. Everyone may have taken at least once in a lifetime. How long this paracetamol is actually work? It is blocking. It is blocking a certain targets in your brain, which is actually raising your temperature. That is the way how it acts. I won't be going to the tedious name that it is a PTGS2 inhibitor, etc., etc. That would be so difficult for my audience. But just takeaways, it blocks a certain signal, and that's why it reduces your body temperature. That's the way how it acts. Okay, so one specific compound, quinine, one specific impact, fever reduction. Ayurveda doesn't work that way. Like in the Triphala, there are 3 drugs. Amla, Behda. Have you heard Triphala? Everyone has heard, okay? So it's made of 3 different herbs and the various chemical compounds present on those 3 herbs. And how actually Triphala is impacting you, you don't know that which actual protein or which actual biological target is there in our body for Triphala. But everyone has taken the Triphala and it's a very effective formulation. You may disagree with me, but majority of the people have a common notion that Triphala is a very effective formulation. How? That we know. It's effective, that we know. But how? No knowledge. So the perspective of a modern research to the drug design or drug discovery is to decode that how Ayurvedic formulation is effective to us, how it is impacting to us. We know everything about the paracetamol, we know everything about the quinine, that how it is impacting, but we do not know that everyday scriptlagoli, how it is affecting us. Identify that, how to identify that story. So one drug, one target. That is the present approach of the medicinal biology or medical science, which we are using all the drugs which is available over the counter. Those are basically using the one drug and one target. But Ayurveda, unlike that, it's using the system pharmacology approach. For the system pharmacology or network pharmacology approach, there are 3 compounds or 3 herbs in the Triphala. From that 3 herbs, maybe 3,000 chemical compounds are there. So what different effect of this 3000 chemical compound on our body all together at the same time. To decode that, that is the goal of system pharmacology. Multi-component, multi-impact. Rather than a one drug, one effect. Multi-component, multi-impact. That is what the goal of system pharmacology, a newer advancement in the field of medicinal biology. So, this is just one example or case study of my own research I'm presenting here for your reference. So, this is about PP. You might have heard or you might not have heard, I'm not sure. But this is a common compound which is present in various ayurvedic formulations. This is basically used for enhanced stomach fire, improves digestion, then treats cough and cold, then relieves sore throat. There are various functions. So my question of the research was how the PP is imparting such a various function. So with this, what we did first we collected the PP leaves and then identified there is another branch, ethanobotany, that what are the chemicals present into this PP. Then we identified these are the name of the chemical, the key chemicals which are abundant into this PP. So these are the names which is listed here, which are so common into the PP plant. Once we identified that we actually taken only one compound from that first, that piperine, a name of a chemical compound. No need to remember anything. It's just a name of chemical compound. Now, there are certain databases which is designed by this wonderful computer professionals such as Stitch, PVD. These are the database which contains the biological research carried out by all the researchers across the world in a single platform. So someone else in past may have identified that piperine has the X or Y or Z biological activity. That information is actually kept into the databases like Stitch, Spring, or such databases. So through fetching those databases, we identified that this piperine, this is the chemical structure of piperine. What kind of a biological activity does this piperine have? So this is basically a database search. A database search gave us information that piperine is approximately able to bind with a 14 to 15 different proteins. These are the name of the protein that we can fetch through the speech database. That's basically done by the computer professionals. So biological professionals have all this information just on the fingerprint. That's the goal of a computer professional. We got an idea that the piperine, otherwise in order to get this information, just that how many protein are actually getting affected, a researcher needs, or maybe the 20 to 30 researchers needs a 10 to 12 years to identify that how many proteins are actually binding with this compound. But with the help of computer science and that recording information recording power, we just used to know within a second that how many different proteins are actually binding with the piperine. And once we got that, what we need, this is just a prediction or assumption right now, but later on, in next phase, what we did, this is for another chemical compound, looking to the time constant in this of it. But then, what we need, we did a interaction analysis in a computer space. That is recorded as molecular dog. Ideally, this experiment should be performed on a mice. We should take that compound, we should inject that compound in the mice, and then we should check that what kind of proteins are actually increasing or decreasing. But rather sacrificing mice on the very first attempt, what we did a computational analysis, which is referred as a molecular data. A molecular data is a method to check the interaction between the protein, a target, a body's target, and a chemical. And then based on that, we rank what we rank that which are the top scorer, which are the 39 top proteins which is getting affected or probably getting affected by the molecule piperine. And once we identify that protein, we Then next level, we try to decode that what is the role of that protein in our body. The role of that protein in our body may be different level, not that directly that it is doing it is helping us in digestion or it's in a breathing. It's not like that. There's a various level of various style of growth, such as it is actually helping uh, reducing the inflammation, reducing the fever, controlling the side division. These are the various cellular processes. So we identify that which cellular surface is actually getting affected by that people. Only one molecule I am talking to. After getting that information that this are the cellular process possibly could be affected by the people, next level biological system can be done. Otherwise, why we should leave the medicine? Unnecessary. So once we get this level of information, the next stage is about doing the experiment in real world environment. So there are three layers. First is the evidence layer, second is computational layer, database and prediction network, which I explained. This is all computational layer that is designed by the computer professionals. The third layer is validation layer. Who taught me? Who actual dimension simulation with another computational approach and ultimately elaborate. So after this three-tier approach, what we would be able to know that how preparing is actually affecting us. Preparing is just a single compound which is present in people, right? Like this way, we need to identify with all those compounds which are listed. And for preparing for octadecane, hexadecane, that way for all the 10 compounds, the same procedure, we need to prepare an information list that how they are affected. So that at the end of that, you will get an idea that what actual biological processes is getting affected by. This is just a network derived from those kind of information. 10 compounds, various proteins, those proteins are also interlinked. Ultimately, this is scrutinized that which are the key proteins, and based on that, finally we derive the information that people possibly affecting the digestion to the link of our gut, then ultimately helping in overall well-being of the person. So this information could be possibly retrieved by using all three layers of action. Students, I think are hungry. Yeah. So this is the way how you can transform the Ayurvedic knowledge to the molecular translation or real world information. These are the various steps like chemical knowledge to plant formulation, to what chemicals are present, where the role of chemicals are there, then target space, then protein interaction, then which proteins are actually getting affected, and ultimately which disease can cure with this particular cell. So just Ayurvedic formulation which we are taking without knowing, without any information. How to decode? This is a pipeline to decode that entire set of information. Hope I am not taking more time on that. So last 2 years I am telling you how any researcher who wish to go into the space can work. So first is literature mining. You should know that what are the Ayurvedic herbs. Without knowing their names, obviously you won't be able to go on in the research. Then phytochemical database, which is truly a lacuna in our field. We have a very big database that's an open field for computer professionals to design such databases that would be truly helpful to our community. Then target prediction, where the biology students role will come. Then protein network, which proteins are getting affected. These are the steps of that identification of proteins And ultimately, with all these toolboxes, all the toolbox are for the biology. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of this two for other disciplines, other for biology. So with this, ultimately it is decoded that how quickly tripla or other drugs are affected. The beautiful example here from my own research, that is Achilea milliformis, yarrow tea. Yarrow tea is not common in India, but 50 people are taking yarrow tea very routine. Instead of what we are taking, what our tea, we are taking the yarrow tea. So how yarrow tea basically affected the our respiratory system and how it is exerting the antiviral effect. This what we have decoded. First, we have identified what are the chemical compounds that present into the yarrow tea once the tea is made through LCMS. Once we identified that 30 chemical compounds are key compounds which is present into the tea. Once the tea is prepared, that 30 chemical compounds are there. Then what we did, as I say, first we identified it out of those 30, which are possibly the druggable compound. Druggable means they have a small structure, they should pass through our blood brain barrier, such kind of rules are there. So first we actually segregated them, druggable and non-druggable. Once identifying that this compound could be a possible drug, we made such protein networks that what proteins are actually getting affected by this compound. Once we did that, the network is not an evidence, it's just a visualization. It won't give you a very big information. The big information will come on the other part. This is again a computational platform. Through that, we did a molecular docking study. This is all the name of chemical compound. And this is the spike protein of SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2 is the virus responsible for causing corona. It's COVID-19 disease. So this is the protein. How this each individual compound is basically affecting. And you see that the blue color that has a great impact. The red or a light pink is a moderate impact. So you see that butene, luteolin, apigenin, as well as this is a standard drug, antiviral drug. We compared with that. So you could see the more blue color here for a butene compared to the celecoxib. This is a standard drug. This is a chemical compound which we identified just from the yellow. So you could see it is even more effective than the established drug which is available in the lab. So with that, this is still a computational information. Here you can see a molecular dynamic simulation studies, another computation-based study, where we check that whether the interaction of a chemical compound and protein at various temperature, body temperature and body condition is really stable or not. And with this, if this simulation result is under the 2x plot, you can say that it is yes, it is stable for a very long duration. So once the stability is established by the molecular dynamic simulation study, we then move on onto the two in vitro studies. Why we directly don't do the in vitro studies? The only reason is the first reason. The any chemical which is used in a biological research is costing less. So this computational pipeline first reduces the cost of the experiment. Secondly, the sacrificing of the animals. Each study requires, it is just simple study, knowing this level of information may require more than 60 to 70 miles to be sacrificed at a one experiment. So it's reducing even the sacrifice of animals. So that's how the computational pipeline is divided here. Then it comes the biological part. Then what we did, we identified that, yeah, this achilles, butene, and that epigenin are three compounds which is truly affecting this largest set of protein. Then we did that what proteins are actually affected, that's the biological analysis of working plots. When you see the gray color, you can see these proteins are increased. When you see the gray color, no effect. when you see the green color, that is reduced. So with just drinking the yellow tea in the morning, this many proteins in the body are elevated, and this many proteins are getting reduced. So what is the impact? Then we have studied on real viruses, the transmission electron microscopic images of a viruses with the crude yellow extract. And what we see that it's two viruses, coronavirus itself. Images may not be that clear to you because you are non-biologist background majority of it. But what we could see that the membrane of the virus is getting ruptured. So that means it has a biological impact. Somewhere the only data is not sufficient. There are lots of other data associated with it, but showing this will be the beyond the scope of this issue now. So what is the and what we established that the yellow tea is somewhere is having some antiviral impact. After the end of all the story which I shared with you guys, what I was able to establish at that time that yellow tea, it's not like you can directly, if you take yellow tea and your corona will be cured. It's not like that. It is helping in reducing the symptoms and it has an antiviral properties like the established drug Cellcom. See, just this is the conclusion can be made for Brazilian step. Now, if you want a more conclusion, you need to do a more in-depth research in the biological aspect. But with the help of computational and chemical approach, he will be able to establish the level of information. The network pharmacology relies on multi-organs. So probably able to answer this particular information. So what is the word? Transform fragmented traditional knowledge structures access new testable biological hypothesis. That is what the actual goal of this research. So now the biological hypothesis is that yellow tea that probably is having some antiviral activity. Now this hypothesis needs to be tested in so the validation later, eco-precision, docking, molecular dynamics, proactive, omics part validation, and ultimately we work on. So this is how the can be done with approaches with the help of various disciplines. A final drug can be formulated and no need to purify any single compound. A multiple just a yellow tea with all those compounds is effective. So that is this is something different, what our present medical science is advocating. So this is some misleading information to them. Network pharmacology or system pharmacology is not 100%. So what are the chances of error when you are working with this approach? First, database bias. No proper information in the database or very incomplete information in the database is there, then obviously the database will be wrong. Chemical variability, if people are not so acquainted with the chemical structure, not good in identifying the pumpkin chemical structure, not in that knowledge of the chemistry, then again, probably the misleading identification of a chemical compound that error, which is possible with research. So careful, multi-dimensional approach is needed. A biologist, a chemist, and a computer scientist. All three together should be needed in order to execute this particular kind of process. Bioavailability, though the compound is there, you are drinking, but not necessarily the compound is actually getting inside your cell and affecting your way it should be. So that the biological scientist has to do the role. Whether it is metabolizing, network inflation is a kind of too much protein, you may feel that too large impact, but it's not like that. And a validation gap, the study majority times lies up to the publication, never to get validated. This is the word of a third limitation. And the next research questions you may formulate, we are doing, but you are the next generation. So for you guys, the few questions can be computationally represent either the concepts such as formulation logic, therapeutic attributes, and context. This question to you, the next generation. Can knowledge graph preserve, prevent? What is classical knowledge, what is predicted, and what is experimentally achievable? तीनों अलग होना चाहिए. All three should be different. What is predicted, what is validated, and what is a traditional science. That should be segregated very correctly. Nowhere that is available. That's again a big gap, right? Can AI identify the synergetic combinations rather than purely rank individual compounds? And last, can we move from population level combination towards the endless verification specific therapeutic area? If there is still a gap in the field, could be possibly filled by the AI professional that has no power that can profession. Thank you for your time and your question. Any question? Difficult to ask a question. As lunch is approaching, your stomach is grumbling. It is too difficult to ask your brain to raise this question. Am I right? Yeah, I can understand. See, happens with all. If you have any question, I am open. Even if this question is from the online audience, I am ready to take it. No? Okay. Thank you.
IT અને biology, chemistry ત્રણેયનું mixture મેડમે તમને કહ્યું તો question I wish કે આવો જોઈતો હતો કેમ કે આવા મોકો ફરી નહીં મળે મેડમ અહીંયા છે તો એમ જોડથી આન્સર આપણને મળી જશે. Thank you, Dr. Gayatri Dave, for enlightening the presentation and for sharing expertise with the audience. Thank you so much, ma'am. As we conclude the keynote segment of this session, it is time to express our gratitude. May I invite Dr. Bhavesh B. Patel, Head of the Department of Computer Information Technology, to deliver the word of thanks. Sir, may I request you kindly come forward and express our collective gratitude to the digital speaker again.
Respected presentation yes in a PPT pen drive and all mechanical conference on automotive system design. I would like to thank
blockchain intelligence system.
Speaker Dr. I. Balakrishna, who presented the presentation. He was the information about the how we have to do the
So I'm doing a PPT.
I would also like to thank Dr. Gayatri Dave, who presented
પ્રોજેક્ટર હવે ચાલુ રાખો કે બંધ
the session, physical session,
Oral presentation.
traditional digital system pharmacology, including biology, biology, in which all the students were engaged from biotechnology to computer science. And I hope the computer science students will collaborate with the chemistry students to make the database available to all the studies. Also, I would like to thank all my teachers and researchers who are present here are my dear students. And all those who work hard to make this conference successful. I know it's time for the life and you will not take a lot of time.
અગિયાર કે એના અંદર ના આના તો કોઈ વાતો કરે ને તો બોલાવે છે એટલે કારનો મતલબ ઓનલી બહાર નીકળે નહીં તમારા મિત્ર ત્યાંના બહાર બેઠા બરાબર બીજી વસ્તુ કે હું એટલા માટે અંદર બેઠો છું 1 થી 3 ના ગાળા હું જવાનું કરે બરાબર હોલ પર કાઉન્ટ ચાલુ જ બંધ નહીં મારે કોઈ જાય એટલે
Thank you so much, sir. We now begin the oral presentation session, as indicated in the conference schedule. We have diverse set of research contributions spanning blockchain, intelligent system, plant genomics, Ayurveda informed healthcare, and AI-driven intelligent information systems. I request all participants to kindly keep their presentation within the allocated time so that we can provide a fair opportunity to every participant. For our virtual presenter, please ensure that your microphone is muted when you are not speaking and the presentation is ready for your turn. After its presentation, we will move efficiently next presenter. Our first presentation is by Trivedi Darshan Kumar Suresh Bai from Hemchandra North Gujarat University on integrating blockchain intelligence system, a cohesive framework for competitive banking. Darshan Kumar, you may begin your presentation. All the very best.
Thank you.
I just some share करता it's pretty funny.
blockchain
Zoom open कर Zoom. Okay. Send it. You please. This. Wait 2 seconds. Slide.
Okay, done. I can make it.
Carefully.
Sure.
To share the slides. I need to share my slides. I haven't shared with you. So can I WhatsApp you?
નંબર 10 નો નંબર શું છે
Sir, I already have slides in my laptop. Should I share with
પેન ડ્રાઈવ
So not me. But yeah, तो इधर
આ
WhatsApp.
તો WhatsApp માં શેર કરો ને
हाँ, मतलब
Just do one thing, no? I just take my pen drive, copy it in here, and just bring it over here. આ તમે પ્રેઝન્ટેશન આમાં કોપી કરી નાખો મારું અને ત્યાંથી રન કરો ને એમને પેન ડ્રાઈવ આપી દો જ્યાં સુધી મારું પછે ત્યાં સુધી કોપી કરીને લાવી દેશો લેપટોપ you have the laptop right now? Yeah, just take the pen drive.
not for me.
હા એક મિનિટ તમને આ પેન ડ્રાઈવ આપી દો ને
કોપી કરી દે ભાઈ આ રહ્યું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન મારું ડેસ્કટોપમાં જ લઈ લો ને કંટ્રોલ કોપી યસ કંટ્રોલ C desktop control V yes done आई गયું ક્યાં આવ્યું
નથી આવી
ગમે ત્યાં બીજે કરી દો ને પેસ્ટ બરોબર મને આપો વેટ મને આપો બે
કંટ્રોલ C કરજો ફરીથી હવે કરજો ડેસ્કટોપ ઉપર હા આવી છે
ઓકે
કે હવે પેન ડ્રાઈવ આપી દો
એમને કહ્યું કે એમનું કોપી કરવું છે એટલે હું પેન ડ્રાઈવ આપું ને ત્યાં સુધી મારે ચાલુ રહે લેપટોપમાંથી કોપી કરીને એમનું લાવી દે
તમારું ચાલુ
આ ઓપન કર
ચાલુ જ છે
બસ
जो PPT ओपन करके चेंज करता हूँ
હા એ તો ડાયરેક્ટ હાથે ચેન્જ થઈ જ જશે હા
एक बार
ના
so
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
लैपटॉप है ना
Respected division
आपके जो
students,
पीपीटी हो ना उसको कॉपी करके ये दिखाएगा उसमें पेस्ट कर देना
professor of the department.
ट्राई करो ना हो तो मुझे
Today I'm presenting my research which are published on the cohesive framework contemporary banking means like
Lights. Better reason.
Okay.
my name is Suresh Pai. I'm pursuing my PhD into Hampton University in the subject of computer science. I have completed my research and I'm about to submit my synopsis after that. And my main research for the PhD is making a particular blockchain cost efficient and security enhancing into the banking system. So as we can see right now, our banking sector is very limited, having a very limited facility. Right now, whenever we want to make a particular fund transfer overseas, it will take 2 to 3 days to transfer the fund. As well as they are charging a very huge fees for transferring the money into whenever we are transfer. For example, let us assume that we are transferring the money from Switzerland to Ahmedabad. It will take almost 3 to 4 days to just get settled. And also the bank are charging very high taxes on that, which is delaying the work as well as we can say professionalism is getting decreased day by day because people are just ignoring making a transaction on the Swift currencies. So that's why I propose a technology of blockchain which can be integrated into our banking sector, which will make our banking sector efficient, as well as we have to pay very minimal cost to make any transaction, and any transaction which is taking 2 to 3 days right now will be done in 6 to 7 seconds only. All right. So what are the benefits or what is the main points of my research paper over here? First is the main idea is combining blockchain into the banking sector. As we right now, as we are seeing that many cryptocurrencies are already doing a great job in the world market, as we already know the Bitcoin. But there are some, you can say, restrictions are put into that because of illegal activities and all of that. But we can make one kind of infrastructure which will combine the blockchain to our contemporary banking system, and we can place a particular centralized authority with a permission blockchain technology so that it will create a great impact into the financial sector. Second one is what is the goal? So we can build a particular system that is fast, correct, also easy to explain insights. Right now, we do not have any kind of transparency into the banking sector. When we place a particular transaction, we don't know how much time it is going to take and what are the particular background players who are doing the job and all of that. What it delivers? It delivers better fraud detection, instant clarity, automatic compliance check, and clear results every decision. Right now, we are seeing that every day more and more financial frauds are happening. And because of the blockchain, it will be nearly impossible to do any kind of fraud because blockchain is highly secure technology in the 21st century till now. And why it matters? Because as I already told you, it will take 2 to 3 days to make a particular transaction, which can be done in just the seconds of time. As well as old systems do not have so much trust. As you can see, whenever a particular war happens, and economy of that particular country will go down, and because of that, it will create inflation and all of that. Cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies are independent of that. They will not get as much effect as right now our currencies are getting over there. So, what are the current problems in what are the problems current banking sector? First is the data silos. Right now, we can see all our data are stored in a different server. So we cannot get a particular transparency that how our data are getting stored and how they are going to get managed. Second point is hard to explain. Means whenever a particular financial institute go to the client and explain its system, it is very hard that he can understand the particular technology and work with it. Slow processing, as I already told you, whenever we are submitting our check to the bank, it will take almost a day to get cleared. So that can be, we can say, solved by using the blockchain technology. Security risks are very lower compared to our contemporary banking system because blockchain is immutable and it is nearly impossible to hack the blockchain and do the fraudulent transaction. So what blockchain gives? In my research paper, I have mentioned that whenever a particular transaction will be made, it will be shared among all the particular network-oriented hosts, who are the part of decentralized network. So means if you are hacking a particular network and making a change in it, it will surely show the error in other particular computers where the data has been copied. So it is nearly impossible to hack entire network, more than 50% of particular host. So that will give a better security. Clear history of every transaction we are going to get, as well as strong security to save information because information will be shared to each and every host in the network. Automatic rules are deployed using smart contracts, means we do not need any kind of mediator to complete the transaction. Smart contract will be made. Smart contracts means a particular set of rules which are designed and deployed in the coding format. And whenever we are making a transaction, if our currency is legitimate, the transaction will be done automatically. They do not any kind of mediator to do the transaction and all of that. And we also don't need any kind of central middleman, so security concerns will be solved. And binding it with AI will surely enhance the particular blockchain technology into the banking system. There are also some benefits of AI as well. We can find a particular pattern in large data. We can predict upcoming fraud and risk which are going to appear in the future as well as fast analysis of the transaction will be done, means millions and trillions of transactions will be analyzed in the as well. Customer will get better services because of the blockchain. And learning new data over time will be helpful because of technology.
एक मिनट I believe you share this.
બધા ઓપન કરશો તો વારંવાર કેટલા થશે
હવે ચેન્જ કરજો
આમાં ઓપન જ રાખો ને
ઓપન જ નહીં થાય
હા થયો સ્ક્રીન તો શેર પેલી જ થાય છે ને
મારું PDF પર એક શેર
માય સ્ક્રીન નેક્સ્ટ તો થતું જ નથી
કેમ પેન પર નહીં એટલે એવું બધું
હા
કરશે
પ્રોબ્લેમેટિક છે બહુ
સ્ટોપ કરીને ફિરથી કરજો સર ના
સ્ક્રીન શેરિંગ સ્ટોપ થઈ ગયું
હવે ફિરથી શેર કરો
બે દો ચાર છે
F5 કરો
ક્યાં થયું
So sorry for the inconvenience. Now, what are the benefits by combining two systems we are going to get? As we can see, blockchain is having very high data transparency compared to AI, but integrating both of them will give high transparency.
as well as same for the fraud detection, real-time speed, data security, and compliance automation. If we are integrating AI with the blockchain, they are going to revolutionize the field for sure by giving very high and very high efficiencies, combining both of them. So, what are the questions I got in my mind whenever I was doing the research? Is how does blockchain make financial data more reliable and secure for business intelligence? Right now, our data are stored in the particular central servers of particular bank. Means if we are doing a transaction with SBI, our all of the data will be stored in the SBI servers, which can be hacked easily. It is not as easy as we are thinking, but it can be hacked, and our transactions and work got delayed for hours and days, which can be changed by using the blockchain, because blockchain is completely decentralized technology. No central server will hold the particular data for sure. Then AI will give better insight and prediction for making faster decisions as well. What practical and technical regulatory challenges appear when these two technologies are combined? As we are living in India, it is very hard to trade in the cryptocurrency nowadays, because India is having very negative aspects towards the crypto and blockchain. So what we can do, we can make a particular centralized permission blockchain which will be authorized by Reserve Bank of India. We make a particular system in which Reserve Bank RBI will be in the charge, and following its guideline, we can implement blockchain smart contract, which is having the rule of RBI given to us. So we can make a particular system if you could do all the tasks like that. So for my research, I have used the data integration using REST APIs, which is representational state transfer application programming interfaces. And Kafka streams are the particular client-side library, which is just going to make a particular transaction analytically and ignore, you can say, error tolerant particular system client library. For the blockchain layer, we have used Hyperledger Fabric. Hyperledger Fabric is open blockchain particular platform, which offer permissioned blockchain. There are two types of blockchain, permissioned and permissionless. We cannot deal with the permissionless. As per our banking structure, we have to go with the permissioned blockchain. So that's why we use Hyperledger Fabric, which is open source blockchain platform. With that IPFS protocol we are going to use, the protocol offers a set of rules to make a particular transaction transparent, easy to be done, and with very minimal gas emissions. For analytical layer, we have used XGBoost, LSTM, and random forest algorithm. And for coding, we have used Dash plus Solidity. Solidity is a kind of language which we are going to use to write our smart contract and banking transaction things for sure. So these are the models, these three models which we are going to use to make smart contract possible. XGBoost, LSTM, and random forest. What it will do instant alert when high risk fraud is found. Means, for example, if system detects that there might be the chances of fraudulent transaction, it will send a signal. Then what AI will do? AI will result onto the blockchain as a permanent log. It will create a log for each and every transaction, which will be the permanent. It cannot be changed at any cost. Trigger will be happen automatically for reporting risk and cross-settling risk. For example, if particular fraudulent the hacker is making a transaction into the account, which does not have sufficient balance to make a transfer, then it will just create a report and create a log so that it will be stopped instantly. And run compliance check without manual work. We do not need any kind of manual work because of the AI. It will be done. It will do compliance check each and every time the transaction is being done automatically because of the systems. So this is the XCDU accuracy which we are going to use, extreme gradient boost technology, which uses machine learning to make a transaction possible and check for the errors and frauds and all of that. So XCDU gives great level of accuracy with 0.961 compared to other ones. And we are mixing LSTM and random forest with it. which will make 73 transactions per second. Right now, we are making a transaction around, it will take 10 to 20 seconds for a single transaction. We can decrease the speed of that and we can improve the particular timing fractions by 73 transactions per second. And we are going to get the accuracy of 96.1%, which is very high according to the contemporary banking version. And what is the real-time speed for every transaction? It is around 142 to 168 milliseconds, which will work in the loan approvals, continuous monitoring, and by gaining the speed of 142 to 168 milliseconds, we can do, as already we have already seen in the previous slide, the 73 transactions can be done in per second, means it will increase the speed up to 1000 times compared to the contemporary banking system right now. So, these are the benefits which we are going to get: faster fraud detection, clear decision reasons, automatic compliance, better customer services, stronger trust, because no particular single authority will control the system. It will be decentralized and shared among all of the particular networks who are using the particular decentralized system. And ready for open banking means we can use Hyperledger Fabric for permission blockchain. Even the Singapore, the country Singapore, which we know that which is doing a great evolution in economic growth, they have already converted that whole banking system into the blockchain. They are having a blockchain experts. They have shifted their normal banking to the blockchain, and because of that, they haven't faced as many fraud transactions and loss because of using the blockchain in their traditional banking system. So these are the key takeaways from particular research and research paper which I presented. Privacy rule will be increased. Extra computing cost of explanations. Connecting to old bank system is quite challenging as well. People may not trust fully automatic. Right now, we are having a particular, you can say, mindset to believe in a person, not a computer. But it can be changed using a blockchain for sure. Key takeaways are that blockchain supplies trusted data and AI turns it into useful insight. By doing the insights, we can see that whatever benefits we are going to get through the blockchain and all of that. Absolute, which is 96% accuracy, which is very high, and low delay will be there. Shape and line make every decision explainable, and smart contract automate each and every transaction. There will be no mediator in the transaction for sure. Thank you for exploring the future of secure and intelligent banking. We can implement it, and we can see the revolution in next 10 years. And RBI is already working on it. Before 5 years, if we are talking about blockchain, they are having very strict guidelines, but right now they are looking into it and they are developing a particular departments to work on the blockchain into the particular banking sector. Is there any question regarding the blockchain, smart contract? I'm open to that. Thank you.
Any question from the judges? Any question from judges?
Sorry? Edge computing, we are not using it. We are just implementing. As right now, my research is ongoing. That blockchain is getting implemented everywhere. So what am I doing? There is a major problem called re-entrancy attacks, which has been done into the blockchain. So what we are doing, we are decreasing the happening of particular re-entrancy attack in my research. So we are not using edge computing right now, but we are about to use it because I'm already coordinating with one of the company called Aminosoft from Bangalore, and we are working towards it for sure.
Mike once.
No, mic, so right.
हाँ बोलो हाँ बोलो
Mic down.
करो
Mic is working right now. Check. Yeah.
What are the key hurdles
So
in implementing the blockchain technology for a finance?
the main key hurdle was that whenever we was coordinating with some kind of banking persons, they are not.
I'm not asking the personal hurdles, I'm asking about the things not done.
Yeah.
What are the key hurdles when you implement this blockchain pipeline for the finance sectors? What is the technological that exists right now?
Right now, as we try to, whenever I was doing my research and whenever I was trying to implement a particular blockchain technology into the current financial sector of our India, so whenever I coordinated with them, it is very less possible to make a decentralized network because all of the particular networks are centralized right now. So what we have done, we have used a hyperledger fabric, which is almost very critical to deploy in our financial sector. But even though which we have deployed at the minimal sections, and right now, whenever we are doing the transaction, I have found a particular called re-entrancy attack issue, which is creating trillions of loss in world. So deploying that in India because in India there is no infrastructure which is using blockchain right now. Apart from the private sector like LNT and all of that, they are using it. But finding a particular infrastructure was very challenging for me to implement the blockchain technology itself.
That's it.
પેલા મેડમ ને ફાઇલ લીધેલી ને
હા ગઈ
એટલે એમનું
ઓકે
પ્રેઝન્ટેશન
ડન પત
Thank you, Darshan. Very good presentation. We now invite Vedant Shivama from Jaipur National University, Rajasthan, to present identification of single nucleotide polymorphism associated with the fruit sweetness in dragon fruit. Vedant, please come here and begin your presentation.
ડ્રેગન ફ્રૂટ વાળું જ છે ને એમનું ડાયરેક્ટ શેર કરો
સીધું ઓન કરતા રહે.
અને
જો હું શીખી જઈશું તો કમ્પ્લીટ ડ્રેગન ફ્રૂટ પેલા શેરિંગ કર્યું
એ તો કર્યું
પ્રેઝન્ટેશન
એમનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન
બ્લોકચેન છે
બ્લોકચેન
એસ્કેપ બંધ કરી દે બંધ કરી આઈ
15 મિનિટ પીવા 10 મિનિટ પીવા પતા
આવો મેડમ ને કહેજો ખાલી
લાગે તો વળી એવું નહીં
આગે
So good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kanchi Verma. I am currently a final year student of MSc in Bioinformatics and Data Science. I am pursuing my MSc from Jaipur National University, Rajasthan. So today my presentation topic is identification of single nucleotide polymorphism, which is associated with the dragon. It is associated with the fruit sweetness in the dragon. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, so in this is a slide. This slide.
વોલ્યુમ વધારે
Okay. Okay. So in this slide,
Hello. So in this slide, I will cover basically the 6 major areas. The first is the dragon fruit as a crop. I will describe how a dragon fruit as a crop is necessary for a research. And the second is the research problem. What is the main cause? What is the problem? So the research problem is the sweetness genes which are need to be identified, and which is actually a poorly understood. Third, in this third topic, I will describe my aim and objective. Fourth, what is the basic why we need? What is the need of SNP and NGS technology? In the fifth point, I will describe the bioinformatic pipeline. And the sixth, we will discuss about the expected outcome and applications of it. Yes. So this is my introductory slide. This is the dragon fruit, why it is important and why it is necessary for it. So it is basically belong to the family Cactaceae. It has become one of the most fastest growing tropical crop in this few years and worldwide. Specifically, if we talk about the area, the particular area is Asia and beyond of it. So why sweetness? I mean, problem is why sweetness is so important. So why sweetness matter as the global cultivation expands rapidly across the tropical and subtropical areas. Consumers prefer is shifting more superior towards the taste enhancement and its nutritional quality. As we all know, the dragon fruit is itself is very important, which itself holds its nutritional value. And improving the fruit sweetness has therefore become a central objective for the modern dragon fruit breeding program. So the family name is Cactaceae, while sweetness is the key ingredient and qualitative spread, which is governed by the sugar metabolism and fruit development. So the next slide describe about the knowledge gap in the sweetness spread. So here we talk about the main major three problems or the three things. Basically, the research which is ongoing is actually depend on the three major factors. The first is cultivated focused research, nutritional focus, and the genetic diversity. So the main gap is the sweetness genomics, where the genome-wide SNP is analyzed, linked specifically to the sweetness related to the. So this is the next slide where I describe about the objective and the aim. My aim is to identify and characterize the genomic wide SNP associated with the sweetness in the dragon fruit and using the publicly available NGS datasets and the comprehensive bioinformatic plans. So here are the 6 major things that I'm going to discuss. So my main objective, the first objective is retrieving the data. From where? From the available or the publicly available NGS dataset. Second is alignment of the sequence with the reference gene and to detect the genetic variations. The third point is to perform the variant calling to identify the high confident or the most confident SNP across the gene. Fourth point is functionally allocate SNPs flag those linked to sweetness, specifically to the sweetness area. So shortlisted candidates to find or the identified candidate SNPs which are actually more appropriate and more associated with the sweetness. And the sixth is the establishing the genomic resource base for the nature assisted selection, that is NPS for the. So my next slide says about the background. And here is the main key. What is SNP? Why is SNP? What is NGS and why NGS? So here the question arises NGS and SNPs. So SNPs is something which is more important. SNP itself means single nucleotide polymorphisms. And next generation sequencing, NGS system. Since we all know NGS gives the wide information about the data and realized genomics by enabling comprehensive exploration of genetic variation on at the at the whole genome level or the whole genome sequence. The second thing is SNP. Why SNP? Because it is most abundant and mostly available stable molecular markers in the genome. It is used for basically molecular marker in the genome. So SNP, first of all, it gives a high resolution insight into genetic diversity and evolutionary relationship states. Second, it is a power candidate gene discovery and genotype phenotype study. It is used for third, accelerated molecular breeding by marker assisted studies. So SNP are widely used, and with this we are using NGS, that is next generation sequencing. The last line says the combined with advanced bioinformatic pipeline, NGS enables identification of functionally significant variants influencing the agronomic and quality grade, including specifically the sweetness. So this is my next slide that describe about the morphology. The bioinformatic pipeline. Here you can see 5 steps. So the first step is data acquisition. The second step is quality assessment of it. The third step describe about the reference genome and variant calling and functional annotations. Here I use a publicly available data for it. That is, this is the example where I use the SRA and quality assessment. The data that we have retrieved, we are going to quality check for it. Then taking the reference genome where we clean the read map to the Harris reference genome because we are not taking the wrong part of it. We are taking the clean. And the fourth is variant calling, where the genomic difference identifies and detects the candidate SNP or the most important SNP. And the functional notation describes how the SNP notate in the big variant to the related or near candidate SNP, which is actually related to the sweetness of it. In the next slide, I will describe the methodology in the this part is actually talks about each and every steps in people. So first that I already told you in the previous slide, it talks about the sequence quality, reference genome alignment, variant coding, and the functional annotation. So as you can see in this, variant calling and the functional annotations are the most important part. Variant calling, the alignment feeds are scanned for position at the distance from the reference genome. This step is very important for identifying the candidate SNP and functional annotation, that is 4 point. Calling the SNP are annotated against the gene models to identify variant located near or the equally near sweetness quality related to that specific gene. So this is the difference of variant differences. So this is the finding. How we can find the candidate SNP and relate to the sweetness of a gene. So here are the key analytical outcomes. So first outcome can be analysis reveal severe candidate SNP that may contribute to the variation in the fruit sweetness. And these findings provide some new insight into the genetic mechanism. Third, identifying markers from the genomic source based from the downstream breeding in the sequence for the reference variant, you can see the difference here in reference genome and it get changed to the sequence sample C to T. This is known as the candidate SNP. In this next slide, this is the second slide or the next step of it. Candidate SMP. First we describe the candidate. First we finalize the candidate SMP. Then we move to the better cultivation. So here are the 4 steps. First is molecular breeding, marker assisted selection, that is MES, early cultivator development, and foundation for the functional genomics. So, conclusion, I can say that genomic foundation for the sweetness dragon fruit is that actually demonstrates the effectiveness of SMP-based genomic analysis and identifying the genetic variation which is associated with the sweetness and specifically in dragon fruit. Second, the candidate SNPs identifies the present valuable genomic resource, which is an application for molecular breeding, molecular assisted selection, and cultivation development. The last one, but not least, the work lays on the foundation of the future functional genomics research and genetic improvement of the dragon fruit quality. It needs an experimentally validation to go for the further applications. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Small buildings.
Any question from judges? Could you tell me that how different varieties of dragon fruit is actually known to us and that we have sequence available in the bioinformatic database?
Yeah, Mike.
But when you work on in the actual research, as I understood, you should first know that how many different varieties, sweet, sour, or etc., is actually available in the market first. And second, you should be aware that whether the whole genome sequence is available or not. Then only the SMP study will make a foundation. So, do you have any idea about that? Okay, so you have not worked on this particular. Okay, so tell me, what are the common SNPs which can be observed in dragon fruits? You may have done some literature research, no? I know that you have not done this study. So what are the common SNPs so far have been identified by the other group of researchers? Do you know any SNPs?
So pen drive.
Thank you to all our presenters for sharing
Good
the
day,
valuable research. Let us give all the presentation warm round of applause. This concludes the scheduled morning oral presentation. We now break for lunch. Lunch will be served from served from 1:30 to 2 p.m. Kindly return to the venue by 2 p.m. for the afternoon session, which will begin with the keynote from by Dr. Kokilaben Parmar. All the participants, keynote speakers, all the dignitaries, we will go for them. And volunteers as well.
લંચ બ્રેક છે અને હાલ સ્ટોપ કરી દે હાફ એન અવર 30 મિનિટ
स्टॉप कर दो।
बस ट्रेनर ट्रेनर सर इसको स्टॉप करा दो तो
ये ऐसे चलेगा।
मिनिमाइज कर दो,
हाँ तो मैं इसको
म्यूट कर दो और मिनिमाइज कर दो, म्यूट कर दो, मिनिमाइज
પ્રોજેક્ટ ચાલુ જોજે વિશાલ
in chemistry, and beyond she had also pursued professional legal education in LLB, LLM in business law. Her multidisciplinary academic background reflects her broad interest in science, education, research, and academic governance. Her research profiles extensive interdisciplinary. The profile records 90 plus scholarly publications and research contributions covering areas such as synthetic and medical chemistry, recycling compounds, antimicrobial and biological evolution, phytochemical studies, environmental chemistry, wastewater treatment, and green synthesis of metal and metal oxide nanoparticles. Her research scholarly work also includes research of biogenic nanoparticles and advanced materials with the antimicrobial, antioxidant, photocatalytic, and related applications. Professor Kukila Ben has also authored and co-authored several academic books, including works on seed-based, azoting, phytochemical, antimicrobial studies, petrocyclic compounds, advanced chemistry, women empowerment, and green synthesis of nanoparticles. Her profile further echoed an IPR patent applications published in 2023 concerning research on green synthesis or iron oxide nanoparticles using plant fruit extracts. An important dimension of her academic career is research supervision and mentoring. Her profile documents supervision of postgraduate and doctoral research in areas including plant medicated nanoparticle synthesis, antimicrobial, anti-cancer studies, pharmaceutical and recycling chemistry, and related display applications. She has also participated extensively in national and international conferences, seminar, workshop, faculty development program, and professional academic activities. This is the very brief details of Kokila Madam. Please, Madam, come on stage and share knowledge with us.
ऊपर वाली लाइन ठीक ऊपर हाँ ये नहीं बरोबर
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a brief introduction.
हाँ नहीं ठीक है डर Right.
A very good afternoon, all of you.
Change time. Change time.
It is my great pleasure to be with you today.
Madam K. Pramana change question.
My topic is carbon quantum dots, CQDS, Raising Green Chemistry, Intelligent Sensing, and Sustainable Technologies for the Just Next Revolution. The title is deliberately interdisciplinary. I will discuss CQDS not simply as a nanomaterial, but as an enabling platform. We will see how their optical and surface properties can support sensing, environmental monitoring, energy, healthcare, and intelligent information system. During the lecture, I will move from the basic concept of CQDS to green synthesis, sensing, sustainable applications, and environmental case study. AI and IoT integration challenges and future directions. Next. In next slide, we are facing two major transitions.
3 number.
Second. Overview. It's okay. We are facing two major transitions. One is the need for cleaner and more sustainable technologies. The other is the rapid digital transformation driven by sensor, IoT, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and data analytics. A sustainable system and intelligent technology are key to addressing global challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and environmental pollution. We also need information about what is happening in real time. Sensors therefore become an important bridge between the physical environment and decision making. This slide brings together green energy, sustainability, smart synthesis, and clean future. CQDS can contribute at the material level, while intelligent systems can collect, analyze, and act on information generated by CQD enabled devices. Next. What are carbon quantum dots? The definition of carbon quantum dots. In definition, it is a zero-dimensional carbon-based nanomaterials. Carbon quantum dots are nanoscale carbon-based nanomaterials typically presented in this case as particles below about 10 nanometers. This is the unique properties of our nanoparticle. But it is known as the quantum dots because of due to its size. The size of these particles is below 10 nanometer. That's why it is known as the carbon quantum dots. Their very small dimension give them distinctive optical, electronic, and surface properties. One of the most important properties is photoluminescence. CQDS can absorb excitation energy and emit light. And this emission can change depending on the particle size, composition, surface states, and the surrounding chemical environment. The surface is equally important. Oxygen, nitrogen, and other functional group and other elements present in our periodical table can influence water solubility, interaction with target molecules, and sensor selectivity. This is why CQDS can be chemically engineered for different applications. The slide also highlights, this one slide also highlights stability, biocompatibility, and eco-friendly synthesis. Together, these characteristics explain the growing interest in CQDS for sensing, imaging, and environmental technologies and energy-related applications like solar harvesting energy. There is a two method available in our literature survey, and we have also employed this one method. One is CQDS can be synthesized via two main approaches. One is top-down approaches and another is bottom-up approaches. In top-down approaches, breaking down bulk carbon materials into nanoscale dots. And the method we can use, this one is the laser ablation, arc discharge, electrochemical oxidation, etc. And in bottom-up approach, assembling CQDS from small molecules or precursor. As for example, for this one bottom-up approach, we have employed the hydrothermal method in my lab. Generally, they have used this hydrothermal autoclave. Another is solvothermal treatments, microwave synthesis, etc. Example on the slide include plant leaves, fourth number slides. Slide change. Yes. A major of this lecture is that we produce a nanomaterial methods. CQDS can be synthesized by from biomass and waste-derived carbon sources, connecting in nanotechnology with green chemistry and the circular economy principles. Example on the slides include plant leaves.
ફરીથી શેર કરતો સેન્સ કે એક ફર્સ્ટ સ્લાઇડ ઉપર સ્ટક થઈ ગયું છે એક મિનિટ એની પ્રોબ્લેમ ઇન ધીસ
આમાંથી શેર કરું ભાઈ પીપીટી ઓપન કરું એમાં પેલી પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય
એવું કરું
અવાજ આવ્યો
આ જતો મેડમ યસ બસ થઈ
Why it is environmental friendly synthesis? Because green chemistry principles are applied to the synthesis of carbon quantum dots to minimize environmental impact. Use of engine solvents like water and ethanol. Water is a universal solvent, we know. Mild reaction condition. Renewable energy assisted method like ultrasound method or microwave irradiation method or hydrothermal method we have employed. Catalyst free or eco catalyst system. That's why it is a eco-friendly method. Use of biomass and waste materials. In our lab, we have used we have synthesized CQDS from abundant renewable and waste-derived carbon sources like plant leaves, fruit peels, used coffee, gronda and eggshell waste and agriculture residues or agriculture waste or vegetable waste also. What is the benefit of green synthesis of CQDS? The CQDS have a low toxicity, safer for human health and environment, energy efficiency, mild condition, reduce energy consumption, sustainability, supports a circular bioeconomy. Green synthesis of CQDS, that's why very important and advantages for us. Green synthesis consider as a complete process, renewable feedstock, safer solvents, energy demand, reaction condition, purification, waste generation and scalability. Simply calling synthesis green is not enough. The process should ideally be evaluated quantitatively. The advantage is is potentially twofold. We obtain a functional nanomaterial and simultaneously valorize low value biomass or waste. Next. CQDS in intelligent sensing. CQDS are particularly attractive for sensing because their fluorescence can respond to their chemical environment. When a target analyst interacts with the CQDS surface, the intensity, wavelength, or other optical characteristics can change. This makes it possible to translate a chemical interaction into measurable optical signals. Depending on the surface chemistry, researchers can investigate ions, gases, biomolecules, and other targets. The slide shows wearable and portable sensors as well as environmental monitoring stations. These visuals represent the direction towards compact, connected, and potentially real-time sensing. The important word is intelligent. Intelligent, CQDS in intelligent sensing. Intelligent, a sensor becomes much more useful when its measurement can be digitized, transmitted, analyzed, and connected to a decision or alert. Next. Next slide mention here, sustainable technologies enabled by CQDS. We can group a sustainable applications into clean energy, clean water, and healthcare biotechnology. The same CQDS family can be engineered for different roles because its size, composition, and surface chemistry can be tuned. In solar technologies, we have observed so many places in our city and everywhere. In solar technology, CQDS can be explored for light harvesting and charge transfer functions. In water treatment, CQDS containing materials may contribute to adsorption, membranes, or photocatalytic processes depending on their design. In bioimaging, fluorescence and photostability are especially important. CQDS can provide optical contrast while their surface can be modified for interaction with biological systems. The overall message is that a nanoscale material becomes socially valuable when its properties are connected to real needs such as clean energy, safe water, or better health care. Next. Case study, CQDS in environmental monitoring.
हाँ जी सर.
Where
हाँ
we
जी.
can use CQDS for environmental
नहीं, मैं तो ऊपर आ गया. मैं मतलब नीचे आ गया.
Let us take
वहाँ पे मेरे को
practical
समझ नहीं आ रहा था,
example.
गड़बड़ थी तो.
Monitoring
आप
heavy
कितनी देर में आ रहे हो?
metal contamination in water.
वो कैमरा ले लिया मैंने, कोई नहीं.
Analysis
अभी तो चल
can
रही है, अभी टाइम लग
provide
जाएगा. 3 बजे के
accurate
बाद गया
result,
नंबर.
but sampling,
हाँ, वो आपकी सीट पे ही
transportation,
रखा है सब
and
लोग.
analysis may introduce delays. The
नहीं, मैं
concept
अभी तो
of
अपनी
this
सीट पे आ गया हूँ
slide
सर.
is
अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो मैं पैदल ही फोन से ज्वाइन हूँ, आप ही
CQDS
कर लीजिए.
sensing system.
ठीक है, बाकी सर अगर लगे टाइम तो आ जाना 5-10 मिनट
Interacts
के लिए.
with target ions such as lead, chromium, mercury, cadmium, and copper. The optical response is converted into electronic information and transmitted through an IoT network.
Data can then be stored and displayed on the cloud-based dashboard. The dashboard can show pollutant levels, trends, locations, and alerts. Thus, the value comes from the complete chain detection, communication analysis, and intervention. The calibration curve illustrates the basic principle of relating sensor response to concentration. In real research, we would validate linearity, detection limit, selectivity, precision, recovery, stability, and matrix effect. Next. Challenges and future directions. What is the challenges for CQDS? CQDS showed strong promises, but laboratory performance is not the same as real world readiness. One major challenge is large scale production with uniform quality and reproducibility. Safety and biocompatibility are also critical. A carbon-based material should not automatically be assumed to be harmless. Composition, impurity, surface chemistry, and particle behavior must be evaluated. Another challenge is integration with electronics, IoT, AI, and existing infrastructure. Cost effectiveness is equally important if devices are expected to be deployed widely. Finally, the standardization and regulation are necessary. Future research work should increasingly include reproducible characterization, validated performance, metrics, and application specific safety and regulatory pathways. Next. The role of information system. What is the role of CQDS in information system? In information system, a sensor produces a signal, but an information system turns signal into the information, in useful information. CQDS sensor can generate data about water, air, soil, industrial process, or health-related parameters. IoT provides connectivity, while cloud and edge system provides storage and processing. The AI and advanced analytics can identify patterns, anomalies, and trends in the data. This enables a shift from simple measurement to intelligent management. For example, an unusual pollutants increasing cloud trigger an alert, investigation, or intervention. The central message is that the CQDS from the sensing layer, information system from the intelligence layer, their combination creates a much more powerful technology. Next. Slide
10 number.
Conclusion, CQDS catalyzing a sustainable tomorrow. The key impacts of this area: green synthesis and eco-friendly nanomaterial. CQDS are green synthesis and eco-friendly nanomaterials. It is intelligent. It is used for intelligent sensing and real-time monitoring. AI and IoT enable smart system, resource efficiency, environmental stewardship. sustainable cities and better quality of life, the CQD is required. Next. Broader
Next వచ్చే relevant.
The application map demonstrates the breadth of CQDS research. The slide connects CQDS with intelligent sensing, water quality monitoring, environmental monitoring, biomedical diagnostics, energy storage, and sustainable technologies. We should remember that CQDS are not one identical material. Their properties depend on precursor, synthesis route, purification, surface chemistry, and possible heteroatom or elements doping. Therefore, application-specific design is essential. A CQDS optimized for fluorescence sensing may not have the same characteristic as one optimized for energy or catalyst. The property is different. Next. CQDS nanoscale fundamentals. The slide written to size, structure, optical behavior of CQDS are nanoscale particles, and their surface to volume ratio becomes important because a large fraction of atom can be associated with or influenced by the surface. The atomic structure and surface functional groups influence electronic states and therefore optical response. When the CQDS is excited, absorption and emission can be measured spectroscopically, not photo, but spectroscopically, like TEM, SEM, various physical tools. These optical properties are foundation of many sensing and imaging applications. At the same time, water solubility and stability are important for practical use and aqueous and biological environments. Next. Quantum carbon dots. The CQDS. What are carbon quantum dots? CQDS are teeny carbon-based nanomaterial, typically less than 10 nanometers in size. They possess remarkable optical properties such as photoluminescence, and are the highly biocompatible. Their synthesis can be achieved by an eco-friendly method, making them ideal for sustainable application. The nanoscale size. This slide gives us green synthesis workflow. It's begin with renewable and waste biomass, followed by preparation and extraction or dispersion. The synthesis can use hydrothermal or solvothermal treatment, microwave assisted heating, ultrasound assisted process, or thermal carbonization. Each route influences carbonization, surface chemistry, particle size, and optical properties. After synthesis, purification is essential. Filtration, centrifugation, dialysis, or related method can remove unreacted precursors and small byproducts. Only then should CQDS be characterized for size, structure, surface chemistry, and optical properties. The broader ideas is waste to value. Carbon-rich residue can become functional nanomaterials, potentially support circular economy goals. Next. 14. Slide.
14.
Green chemistry and CQDS. CQDS and intelligent sensing detail.
14.
Sensing mechanism depends strongly on surface chemistry, have a high surface area, CQDS, can be functionalized so that particular analytes interacts with the sensor. The targets shown include metal ions, anion, gaseous, and biomolecules. When the target interacts with the CQD, the fluorescence response can change. This response
Intelligence.
small font છે ને મને વંચાતું નથી. CQDS is intelligent sensing. So particular analytics interacts with the sensor. The targets shown include metal ions, anion, gaseous, and biomolecules. When the target interacts with the CQD, the fluorescence response can change. This response can be calibrated against concentration. Sensitivity means the ability to detect small changes. Selectivity means professional response to the target in the presence of interference. Real devices also need the rapid response, stability, repeatability, and portability. In rigorous research, this claim must be supported. By calibration comes detection limits, interference studies, reproducibility, and long-term stability. Next. Sustainable technologies enabled by CQDS.
16 will be in a group.
16 શું છે?
Sustainable technologies. 16 number is just slide. That was 16.
CQDS for energy, water, and healthcare. CQDS for energy, water, and healthcare.
Complete line mo છે યાર.
Sustainability. આના પછી નીકળ. હા, એ કરે છે. હા, બરાબર. Environmental.
17.
This slide brings together three sustainability pillars. First, CQD can be explored in solar cells for light harvesting and charge management. Second, CQD-based system can contribute to water treatment. And third, fluorescence can support imaging and biotechnology also. The exact mechanism depend on material composition and device architecture. Therefore, the same broad label CQD can describe material with very different structure and function. The slide links this application to sustainable development goals. The important principle is alignment, nanomaterial research, should be connected to measurable improvements in energy efficiency, water quality, health, or environmental protection. Next, gravimetric detection.
Future and central and future. Karma.
Okay. Gravimetric detection.
Directions.
First file is okay. The second one is
Complete line. Achha.
no. Gravimetric detection. Calibration and smart version.
એટલે જ 16, 18 નંબરનું વિઝ્યુઅલ મેડમ
So, here we can look at the environmental case study more quantitatively. The CQDS sensor interacts with heavy metal ion, producing an optical response that changes with concentrations. A calibration curve is built using standards of unknown concentration. This sensor response is then related to concentrations. For a rigorous study, we would evaluate linear range, detection and quantification of limits, repeatability, recovery, selectivity, and matrix effects. The dashboard demonstrates how measurement can be mapped geographically and monitored over time. This is particularly valuable because environmental pollution can vary by location and can change rapidly. The ultimate benefit is early warning. A validated sensor network can help identify emerging contamination and support timely environmental management. Next, challenge and future research. Challenge.
પીપીટી અલગ આલી શું મેડમ
Warning PT. Challenge and future research. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, yeah. It's okay. Challenge and future directions for carbon quantum dots. There is mentioned here key challenges. At the research level, several issues deserve attention. Scale up can change heat and mass transfer, which can affect CQD size and properties. Safety is another priority. Surface chemistry, impurities, and dose can influence biological and environmental behavior. Standardized testing is therefore essential. Integration with IoT and AI requires reliable electronics, low power consumption, secure communication, and robust data handling. Cost and reproducibility remain central to adoption. Future research should therefore combine synthesis, optimization with device engineering, data science, life cycle thinking, and regulatory planning. Next slide, smart environmental information system.
information system.
This slide shows transforming CQDS based sensing data and intelligent actions. How multiple CQDS sensor nodes can form an environmental information system. Water, air, soil, industrial, and variable sensor can generate different data streams. These streams can move through IoT networks into cloud or edge platforms. AI can platform pattern recognition, anomaly detection, and predictive analysis. The dashboard then presents information in a human readable forms, indices, pollutants levels, maps, trends, and alerts. Decision makers do not need to inspect every raw data point. The result is intelligent environmental stewardship, faster response, better resource management, policy support, and improved public health protections. Next. Nanotechnology, information system security. Integrating nanotechnology with information system in the era of digital transformation and the role of digital transformation combines IoT, cloud computing, big data, AI, and advanced communications. Nanotechnology adds materials that can respond to chemical and physical stimuli at the nanoscale. The synergy is straightforward. The CQDS provides a functional response, electronic digitize it, IoT transmit it, cloud or edge platform store and process it, and AI extracts patterns and predictions. CQDS therefore become an example of how material science can participate in digital transformation. But this integration also creates challenges in privacy, security, ethics, regulations, cost, and scalability. The future should therefore be based on responsible integration rather than technology for its own sake. Here, there are the CQDS, how we can use in various fields. In this slide, we try to show you. Now, please, next. Detailed green synthesis research perspectives. In carbon quantum dots. This slide revisits green synthesis with stronger research perspectives. Renewable feedstock can reduce dependence on conventional carbon precursors and provide a route for valorizing agriculture and food waste. Hydrothermal, solvothermal, microwave irradiation, ultrasound method, and thermal routes each have different energy and processing characteristics. The best method depending on desired CQDS properties, scale, and application. A genuine green assessment should consider its energy consumption, solvent use, waste generation, purification burden, and ideally life cycle impacts. Thus, green CQDS synthesis should be both chemically effective and environmentally demonstrable. Next. CQDS in intelligent sensing. Nanotechnology enabling and a smarter, safer, and more connected world. This slide shows the complete transformation from nanomaterial to intelligence. The security is the sensing elements.
Yes.
But the full device includes electronics data, acquisitions, wireless transmissions, and cloud or aids processing. Metal ion, gases, biomolecules, enzymes, and toxins are shown as example targets. Surface functionalization controls interaction with these targets and therefore influence sensitivity and selectivity. The final data flow is CPDS sensor, acquisition, wireless transmissions, cloud storage, AI and analytics, and finally insight and actions. The purpose of collecting data is not simply measurement. It is a better diagnosis, environmental protection, process control, early warning, and decision making. Next. CQDS in sustainable technologies. This slide provides a broad sustainability summary. CQDS can be investigated in solar energy harvesting, water purification, bioimaging, energy storage, environmental monitoring, and green light. In solar application, the emphasis is on light absorption and charge transport. In water treatment, CQD containing system can support photocatalytic or other treatment mechanism. In imaging, fluorescence and photostability are key points. Energy storage, monitoring and lighting application show how CQDS can extend beyond sensing. The correct performance depends on the composition, surface chemistry, device design, and operating conditions. The overall pathway is nanomaterial innovation leading to sustainable technologies, improved efficiency, and societal benefit. Next. From CQD sensors to smarter cities. Smarter cities. A smart city is not simply a city with many sensors. It is a system in which the sensing, connectivity, analytics, and decision making work together. CQDS-based sensor can monitor air, water, temperature, humidity, structural health, noise, and other parameters. IoT gateways transfer the information to cloud or aids platforms. AI and machine learning can then perform anomaly detection, pattern recognition, trends analysis, and predictive modeling. The resulting insight can support early warnings, predictive maintenance, resource optimization, and strategic decision. The long-term vision is real-time. Proactive management of urban system, more resilient infrastructure, reduced pollution, efficient resources, and improved quality of life. Next. Final conclusion, CQDS powering a sustainable intelligence. We can now bring the entire story together. CQDS connect green chemistry, nanotechnology, and intelligent system through a common material platform. Their potential comes from tunable optical properties, surface chemistry, and compatibility with sensing, imaging, energy, and environmental technologies. But successful translation requires more than promising laboratory results. We need scalable synthesis, reproducible characterization, validated devices, safety assessment, interdisciplinary collaboration, and responsible regulations. The future city visual represents the desired outcome: clean energy, clean water, better health, smart infrastructure, and sustainable development. Summary of the key points. Next. There are 6 take-home messages. First, CQDS demonstrate convergence of green chemistry, nanotechnology, and intelligent systems. Second one is they are significant because their properties can support environmental monitoring, energy harvesting, healthcare, electronics, optoelectronics, and catalysis. Third one, their full potential requires interdisciplinary collaboration. Fourth is responsible CQDS development can contribute to cleaner environments, smarter cities, better health, and sustainable development. Fifth, future work will increasingly combine CQDS with IoT and AI. And sixth, the call to action is collaboration or collaborative research work, sustainable nanotechnology, multidisciplinary innovation, and responsible deployment. Next.
Last.
Last.
Hello.
Thank you very much for your time, attention, and engagement. The central message I would like you to remember is that carbon quantum dots are small in size but potentially large in impact when green chemistry, nanotechnology, sensing, information system, and sustainability are brought together. I would be very happy to discuss question on synthesis, characterization, sensing mechanism, environmental monitoring, sustainable technology, AI and IoT integration, or future research collaboration. Thank you once again. I now invite your question, comments on discussion. Any questions from audience? My research work is related with only to synthesize CQDS and its characterization. Its application part, it is my collaborative work. Okay. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Dr. Gokulam Kumar, for that engaging and insightful keynote and for highlighting the potential of carbon quantum dots across intelligent and sustainable technological applications. Here we can say that chemistry is always connected to IT, and IT is connected with everyone. We now proceed to the afternoon oral presentation session. We begin with Dr. Hinal Prajapati and Dr. Nihal Thakkar from the Department of Computer, IT, SNGU, Patna.
How much slide to the?
मैडम पानी बोतल पटेगी कदाच पटेगी बोलजो मैडम
Hello, Abbas. From the Department of Computer and IT SNGU, Patna for the presentation title and AI-driven electric user experience framework for assessment, meditation, information systems, integrating Indian knowledge system. Please begin your presentation.
हमारा भाई
Next. Okay, very serious with it.
ये ड्रिवन
Later.
स्क्रीन स्क्रीन शेयर
To share.
very close look person
ना नहीं बनाए स्क्रीन शेयर करा जाए नहीं था
अभी ना शेयरिंग चालू स्टॉप शेयर करें फिर शेयर कर
स्क्रीन शेयर करा
तुम नहीं आओ तो
वच में खबर थी तो अब थोड़ा
शेयर
नहीं यार स्क्रीन अंदर अपडेट नहीं था
पहला स्क्रीन शेयरिंग बंद करो
कभी बन
अपडेट नहीं था तो प्रोजेक्ट स्टॉप करो स्क्रीन शेयर
चालू बंद नहीं करो
अरे हाँ इतना ही
रजूआत चालू है हम ओपन कर लो
केबल काटिंग मत चलो प्रोजेक्ट
वाह नहीं था तो नहीं पारी
अरे प्रोजेक्ट
केबल काट दो पास में जो ना ये मैं क्यों ओली ले तो ना तो कुछ
अजी नहीं आओ तो
स्क्रीन
विंडो की प्रेस कर दो विंडो की
एक्सटर्न वायर क्लिक करना
बस मुझे यही देखा से नहीं
हाँ भाई F5
Static.
Namaste and very good afternoon to all of you. We are going to present on the topic an AI-driven adaptive user experience framework for intelligent meditation information system integrating Indian knowledge system. My name is Dr. Neha Thakkar and my colleague Dr. Dina Prajapati. We are from the Department of Computer Science at NGO. Okay. So first, let us understand what this topic means. Yes, here are few new words you are getting. The first one is meditation system. Why there is a requirement of this meditation system? Because nowadays a report says that many people are getting disturbed because of this busy life, because of this stress level. Yes. So to solve this, we have this meditation system. Okay. Generally, we know that a meditation is mainly support the stress by focusing your mind and by being a by holistic well-being. Okay. So we have integrated IKS. The new education policy has also introduced this one, that is IKS, Indian Knowledge System. And we know that this supports all these techniques. We know all the techniques are available in this IKS. And obviously, we have created one AI model, okay, which integrate with this IKS and gives you the proper solution with some user interaction. For example, you are feeling the stress, but there is no one to suggest you what to do. But suddenly one system comes around you and tells you that do this to relieve the stress. One person who helps you do this so that you can overcome this problem. So we have designed this system for that, which focuses on that. What is the problem now? Mining system. You are writing the mining system around the world, yes? But what is the problem? They are generalized. Generalized means they have written some information and you are writing that. But what we require? What we require? We require that thing that we want. What we are facing, we want the solution for that. We are feeling low, we give the energy, it gives you the energy. We are feeling stressed, it gives you the techniques. So we need that things. We do not need a generalized literature points. Secondly, what is the problem? That every application gives you a fixed and static view, a fixed user interface, and you have to fill the same every time. Next is the limitation that your experience and you are getting the answer. That is not in many more applications. And the most important thing is from where we relieve the stress. So where we get the techniques. So we know that it's under the IKS, Indian Knowledge System, which covers yoga, dhyana, pranayama, and the most important, our Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita. We know that it's a user manual for all the human beings. So that is our database which is going to improve. So what is the research gap we found that? So still many applications are not giving you interactive user content as well as HCM, which is the most important points for any development, human computer interaction, and IKS. So this is the one platform where we include all this in a one platform. So if we focus on the objectives, so we have one intelligent meditation system which not only gives you a predefined fixed data, but whatever user gives input, according to that it interacts with the user. IKS model, obviously we need all the techniques from where we can get this problem, solution of this problem. And the next one is, nowadays we are getting one explainable talker. Yes, we just give the question that I am feeling this and he will explain you how, what and why you need to do this. So that is your explainable AI. So this is our basic introduction of research. And to overcome these all the problems, we have one proposed framework which includes these all things with the 4 layers. And that is going to explain by my colleague. Hello everyone. So as per my friend described all the key concept of our topic. So now we will start our proposed model. So these are topics that IPS, AI, HCI, as well as the integrated development environment, as well as the IPS. Okay. AI model, the meditations के लिए जो system हमने apply किए, तो फिर AI, how to work that meditation system based on AI, HCI, as well as user experience. So in this model, you can see the proposed model over here. So they mainly describe the 4 main layers are there. The first one is the user layer, the second one is the AI business logic, the third one is the proposed outcome, that is the output layer we can say, and the last one is the feedback. So in the first one, the first layer, the user layer. Here in the user layer, user has to implement or user has to input as the two. The first one is the user basic information, the registration data we can say, the likewise the user age, occupations, and we can say the wellness is there, language is there. That is as the registration data, and the business we can say the behavior monitoring. So how the user does sleeping time, or you can say the quality, sleep quality is there, mood, stress level, and the duration of the meditation. So that is also come as an input in the user layer. So we can say that at the user layer, the both kind of information will be passed to the decision making layers, that AI layer, the business layer. So that all the information will pass through the users and it will be safely transferred into the second layer. And that was the second layer is the business layer. In the business layer, the mainly they implemented the main 3 or 4 engines. The first one, we can say, the first engines, the AI analytical and decision engine. We can say it's an AI decision engine itself. And this second layer is our brain part of this framework. All the decisions are made on this particular engine. Here the AI engine is there. After that, explainable AI engine is also there. Like what the solution is appeared. So that solution, why, which, and how. That explanation is also there, and that for that we have used this explainable here. The third one we can say that the adaptive UX engine, which will provide the interfaces, the layouts, and the that dashboard, that user requirement. User can choose their own appearance, layouts on the base of UI engine, UX engine itself. And the last one is the most important repository functions, that is ICS repository functions. That repository functions construct the knowledge from the yoga, from dhyana, pranayam, basic exercise, Patanjali etc. Because the main focus of our framework that is to reduce the stress and for the meditation, right? So for that, we should fetch that repository function from these all of the resources. And they are working as the knowledge base of our system. And that is the IKS. So these mainly 4 layers are there in our proposed model. So last one, the third model. That is the output come layer is there. That personalized recommendation layer. In the first layer, the user are input, user provide the input. In the second layer, the decision making system will be provide the processing kind of layer. And the third one, the output will be produced. The personalized recommendation layer, we can say it will be combined behavior insight with the RTS repository function, and it will suggest the personalized meditation session, yoga posture, pranayam, exercise, or meditation duration also. It can also provide the relevant manual script for the Bhagavad Gita, which is also the ITS function repository tool, and also provide the notifications, alarm system is there, then after layout management on the base of user requirements, and all the content according with the current need of the user, current mood of the user, and current time from user end. So this is about the personal recommended layer, and at the last, the feedback layer is there. That is also one important part of our framework because of this feedback, we can analyze more and we can refine the particular recommendation by using the feedback. So at the last, every user has to get the rating, or we can say the kind of the rating purpose and progressive outputs are done. So on the base of that, our refined recommendations is also going to learn more. So these four are our module of the our framework. That four, I repeat that four module mainly. User layer is that, AI business logic is there. The third one is the output layer, that the recommendation layer is there, and the last one is the feedback layer. So among these four layers, we produce the proposed framework, which will interactively integrate the medication system using IKS integrated as well as the HCI integration. So the main like flow of our framework. You can see here the main flow, which already I have described. The registration process, then after the AI business logic processing is there, which is our brain of our framework. And then after the output layer, that is the personalized recommendations on the base of user requirements and the user needs. And at last, that will be the feedback layer, which is used for refining the recommendations. So mainly the four outcomes, our main layers are there. The basic outcomes of the proposed framework. So here you can see in the slides, the outcomes are listed over there. So because of the integration of AI, user experience, that UX is there, and the IKS in our system for the meditation system. So using that, we can say that so many applications is already there regarding this topic, but it all are working on the base of static. We produce, like we find that static result for everyone, same for the everyone. But by using this proposed model, we can say that on the base of user need, on the base of user requirement, on the base of user notifications, we can change the personalized recommendation because of this all the integrations. And we can also find the dynamic interface based on the preference, behaviors, and experience. Then better quality in the meditation habits on base of the requirement session, duration of the session, mood of the system, and habits of the system. These all are fetched in this particular model. We can say that. And especially digital integration is also applied over there. Likewise, the yoga, pranayam, meditation, and the Bhagavad Gita manual scripts is there. So on the base of that, we can also produce the repository. Then after the customized meditations. Customization is the most important role of this particular proposed model because it's not a static, but the every user to get their requirement on the base of their mood, their stress level, that station of the time. So that is the customization recommendation, specialization. And it will also increase the motivation, usage, and meditation better ratio data. Almost it will be working on the improved stress management, emotional regulation, focus on overall wellness and the meditation system, we can say. So these all are our main outcomes from the proposed model. At the last, we can say the conclusion. So as per the conclusion, now here in the proposed model, we are integrated the AI system, that AI engine is there, user experience, that is UX is there, and the ICAS system as well as the Axiom. So integration of these all these circumstances, so it will be generate a very customized as well as the very personalized recommendation for each and every customer or each and every user, you can say. So the framework address the static limitations. All the static limitations are going to result over that because of the integrations and especially for the AI, SCI, behavior tracking, and the UX and IPS. So and because of the feedback, that is also the refining recommendation. Feedback is also required. So we have also used that feedback layer too in our proposed model. because by using that feedback, the next refinement system is also going to improve very well. So the conceptual framework provides a foundation for the next generation in the intelligent medical system. So our main aim is to create a integration medical system, integrating the AI, UX as well as the IPS. So this is the main scenario of the whole framework and the proposed model. So the finally we can say in the future work. So we can also provide the different kind of mobile system using that, like with Android, iPhone. So we can also creating that in a future work. As well as we can say that evaluating the usability, user satisfaction, recommendation, accuracy, and the mental wellness outcomes. So parameters, we can add more and more parameters from the users. So it will become very accurate. And investigation emotions that customer, like user emotions is also going to add it in the feature reference, you can say. And at last, the explainable AI, which is the more strengthened. So by using that, our medical system are making a more transparent. So these all are like the future work is there. So ultimately, our goal is to integrate it, creating the integrated model by the AI, intelligent artificial intelligence, as well as the IKS, the Indian knowledge system. And by using this all the integration, ultimate the goal of our topic is to create an enhanced and integrated model for navigation systems, which include the AI, HCI, and UX. That's our whole conclusion is that. So finally, thank you all of you. And if you have any questions, you can. So we are over here to start out with.
Can you give one use case?
Sorry?
Use case.
Yeah. Yeah, an example is that. So yes, please.
Suppose you are feeling very stressed, okay? And there are so many options to recover this. But according to your history, the system suggests you that your stress level is very high, your sleep system is very low because of feedback layer. So just do the nam jab over here and just start that wheel. The system suggests you that what to do for this particular situation. Just sit alone, do the nam jap or do some omkara, and music will be automatically started for that particular scenario according to the given history, which is taken from the feedback. First input layer. Yeah, according then we have this AI which will constantly observe that person, and at last after doing 3-4 points, every time we are giving the feedback that 5 minutes for the meditation, so user will feedback to that system. 5 minutes is done, and what is your experience? And that will be stored. And according to that, the system will answer. Explainable AI is there to explain each and every point why, how, and which you are going to do.
Yes, sir. In supervised learning, we can say, because it's a leveling vision, right? So in the supervised learning, in the database, we have put all the data which is in a labeling format. So when the users provide their input, like the age is there, occupations is there, and some monitoring behaviors are there. So that already are in a supervised learning method, which is labeling in our database. So we are using the supervised learning over here. So this is actually right now it's a proposed. So we are tested on the minor kind of the thing is that my friend has already discussed that on the base of timing. So they are recommended with the kind of the silent music and all. Data? Data labeling are there. So the kind of the silent flutes are there. Input is that, sir. Input at the age. At the time of registration, the age is that occupation, language, as well as in the second one.
And behavior is going
The behavior is also going to fetch from the user that how many stress level is there. That is also fetched from the user at the time of registration in the first year as a input.
in the feedback, it's showing you the usage progress and then recommendation is going to right. From what?
In the proposal, so we are trying to implement this thing, implementation basically. This is our main theory portions are there. Analytical study are there. Yes, sir. In this particular model, we need a high level of data share because of IKS. And we know that IKS is a very large repository system inside. So on whole RPS we can implement as well as the AI engine is also there for taking the decisions and all. So the data set is also a very large amount of data set is required. Sorry, sir? Algorithm is still, there are so many options are there to implement the algorithm, but still we have defined the mainly 4 layers are there, and the decision making system for that AI algorithm we are implementing. Very good presentation. Next, we invite Patel Jinal Rajesh from Sri UPR's Srimati Anjil Rinjal Science and Sri V.L. Shah, Commerce College, Pillai. Presenting graphene-based aluminum top carbon content for multifunctional applications in polymer nanocompounds. Jinal is here. Okay.
Hitesh કરીને છે અંદર join
Hitesh Kumar.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
voice એનું બી આવે છે મારો બી આવે છે સ્પીકર કરેલું છે
Hitesh Kumar ji.
છે ને ઓકે અનમ્યુટ કરી દે સ્પીકર કરી દે
આપણું તો મ્યુટ નથી એમ.
આપણું અનમ્યુટ જ છે ને ઓકે એ લોકો સુધી આવે
એ લોકો તમે મેં પેલું કર્યું હતું ને બોક્સ સ્પીકરનું એ જ હતું.
માઇક હતું ને એની બાજુમાં સ્પીકર પર ક્લિક કરવાનું કરેલું છે ડન છે.
Our next presenter is Hitesh Kumar Babubhai Vora from Hemchandacharya North Gujarat University, Patan, presenting a systematic review on artificial intelligence, machine learning for heart disease risk assessment, and the case for explainable clinical decision support system. Please begin your presentation, Hitesh.
Yes, thank you, Miss. I hope my screen is visible to all. Yes,
Are you
yes,
there?
yes, Miss.
Yeah, please unmute yourself and share your screen.
Okay, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you for confirmation, sir. Today my presentation topic is artificial intelligence and
Unmute yourself first.
I think so I'm unmuted already. Give me a second.
આનો અવાજ બોલાવી દો આનો
સ્પીકરનો અવાજ
એનું સ્ટાર્ટ કરો
Hello.
હા ઓકે
Now fine.
Now
Okay.
start your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Let me present my research topic, that is artificial intelligence and machine learning for heart disease risk assessment. Without wasting time, directly come to the current scenario, that is the cardiovascular disease, that is generally known as the heart attack or heart stroke. Now, current scenario is that every global death out of six, one is due to the heart disease only. To resolve this problem, I have gone through this topic and identify the research that is currently being done by the research scholar, and I am going to extend it for my further studies as a doctorate. Uh, for for this, yes, for this research, I had gone with the 55 research paper, and I found some problems that we are going to discuss today. What is the conventional risk scores? That is whatever the paper or literature reviews or the studies had been done on the heart, that uses the very few variables and having a huge gap on a data set as well. For an example, if we gone with a situation that a heart attack or heart risk is not just identified by the ECG only. Most of the research relies on the ECG, whereas ECG is a complete report of a heart. So I want that heart risk assessment should be done on the prior, before the ECG, as ECG is costly in the country like India. So uh, I had gone through this Prisma system. Ma'am, it's echoing too much on link. Hello. Okay, I'm continuing with the topic. I had gone through the Prisma method, where I identify first of all there are more than 2,300 research paper has written on this topic, from which 312 full text paper I identify, which is only based on heart disease predictions in AI and ML. If we go through the website and find the research paper blindly, it will give a paper of a doctorate from the medical science. Whereas from the computer science, I have found the 312 records, from which 55 records has been examined. Now, as far as the research is concerned, from the 2014 to 2026, the research has quite reached its highs in this phase, from where we can see in this diagram that 2017 2018 is the peak time of heart disease risk assessment research. As far as the biological metric analysis is concerned, most of the studies is done on the UCI dataset. Now, let us directly, I'm jumping to the UCI dataset, what it does. So basically, the UCI dataset is something like this only, where the parameters like age, gender, chest pain type, resting BPs, cholesterol level, fasting blood sugar, resting ECG, max heart rate, exercise angina, old peak, slope, and targets are there. That is generally a basic classification. So as far as this classification is concerned, let us come to the data. As far as the classification only is concerned, that this dataset is totally correlated. That means what, this UCI dataset generally give us a higher accuracy, but which is not basically targeting the real life scenario. So as you can see from this UCI dataset, there are a few outliers in some base only. That is, we have we can identify from this box plot. Hello. Should I continue, sir? I'm not getting your voice. Well. If you are inputting something, then. Hello.
Question after the completing your presentation. Continue your presentation. Dipesh.
Okay. I'm continuing. As we can see from this box plot that only a few outliers are there. That is, the data set is already clean. The most of the research is done on this data set. As you can see from the PPT, that I identified the 55 paper from which 40 more than 53%. Yeah, that will can consider more than the half research is done on this data set only. There is no outlier. So that uh, so that it is giving us a better accuracy for sure. That is, it also gives the accuracy of more than 92% to me as well. As you can see in our ROC curve, I had gone through lot many algorithms, that is predefined algorithms, and the ROC curve suggests that the accuracy is nearly 1, that is 0.9294 is achieved. So basically, issue with the heart disease risk assessment is that every researchers is going with this simple data set. As far as contribution by country is concerned, India is contributing 22% of all the studies, as India is one of the country where the heart based death is more. So this is what I'm going through the domestic literature review, and this is what the profile of the literature reviews at glance. Time span is 2014 to 2026. Most of the 42% studies model category, deep learning paper 18%. Then average accuracy reported is 88.6%. Then average AUC report is 0.89. That is quite good. And the major concern in the medical science field is that whatever the solution we are providing to the doctors, they are not taking it in consideration, as the doctor must know on which basis or on what basis or why we are saying that this is going to be happen or this is the issue. That is the explainability. As far as medical science is concerned, if my algorithm is says that this person is going to have a heart stroke or having a heart risk at a level 4 or level 5, then doctor will always ask a question why. So we have to create a system for the doctors that explain its parameter. That is, explainable AI is necessary. And from the study from 2014 to 2026, only and only 11% studies are there which included this explainable AI. So it is the leaking somewhere. Then clinical text data is almost 9 of 55, 16% is there. And this is what the models they had used till the days, that is classical classifiers, that is LRNA based KNNSM, and there are many more algorithms, and these all the algorithms are working fine at their place. But as far as the concern of life, we have to go with the more accurate result and more reliable data. For that, what the final suggestion from my end is that is we should go with the BioBot algorithm, where the model knows the technical terminology of the medical science. It have to be included with the deep learning classifier like as CNN, LSTM with the boosting algorithms, so that we had come to one model or one system which can correctly predict the risk, which can correctly explain the parameters, and which can ultimately lead to save a life. So that is what my literature finding from this all the papers. And for the solution of that, that is what I think is we should go with the hospital system and find the record from there, which is more reliable for us, rather than going with the random parameter or random data sets, so that we can get the actual inputs from the doctors as well. Now, if we come to the board explainable clinical decision support system, there are 20 plus parameters sets are there. More than 20 should be used. There might not be the limit. Then hybrid architecture have to be used because all the algorithms giving the accuracy of 80%, 90%, 85%, but when it's come to the real life, they failed to explain why it is gone. Then it should have to apply built-in explainability, and physician-facing interface should be there so that doctors can understand what the algorithm or what the machine has learned and what machine want to say. So this is my conclusion for the paper is that all the current research are focusing on few parameters only, which is not sufficient to medical system or to take any decision by the physician. So we should go with some technique or some system which correctly identify the issues and direct doctors to take decisions quickly, more accurately, and more reliably. I'm concluding my from my end. If any kind of questions are there, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Hitesh,
Yes, sir.
am I audible?
Sir, it's audible.
Okay. So my question is, how this architecture or what the study we have suggested will be more helpful, rather than for over to doctors, how your system can be more helpful for the patients or for the future.
Sir, I can get your voice, but I didn't get what you exactly want to say just because of the disturbance. Is there any possibility that we can come? You can write something in chat because you are speaking from too far. I think voice comes likewise.
Is it now audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Question was the study which you show here,
Yes, sir.
as per your research papers and all that. So what thing is currently lacking, as medical science is already continuously evolving and doctors are also doing their job. So what they are still lacking that you try to solve it? Which query you are trying to solve, which gap you try to fill in?
Okay. Let me clarify the thing. Medical science is growing too fast. That I totally agree. But what the research has been done on from the side of the AI and few data set, which is it's at risk or not. So I want to fulfill the gap of data set that is a proper full-fledged data set which have all the parameters rather few parameters. Second thing, I want to okay, I'm continuing.
Continue.
Hello.
Continue.
Okay, should I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and I want to create such a model which is not rely on ECG report. So basically, an ECG report is quite costly, and I want that before doing the ECG, if it is possible to identify the person is at risk of heart disease in the future or not. We have generally gone through the physical checkup once in a year. So from that data only, without doing the ECG, right now, whatever the systems are there, whatever applications are there, they are all relying on the more on ECG reports. ECG reports is checking of heart only. It says everything in detail. I want before it should be identified so that if I can say that long term after a year or a month, you are at the risk of heart.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
I want to we have moved to an existing data set. So in the existing data set, I also use the algorithm which you have code our existing algorithm. So what is the novelty in this?
Sir, sir, there are too many noise from your end. If I'm not wrong, I understand that if I am interested to create my own data set, or I will go with the current data set. This is what your question is.
Yes, I want to know what is new in this.
Okay. What is new in this is that my research. I am a first year student. I just entered in a PhD. What my view is that, as you can see on the screen, this is what the current people studying on this kind of data set. I want that more features should be included in this, along with a real life data set that I am collecting from my base city Surat, from the hospitals, and then I am going to create a model which will give more accuracy. Second thing, as far as the model is concerned, I will create a hybrid model rather than on a predefined model that are used.
Are you there?
Yes, yes, I am here. I hope I answer your question.
Last part you could not hear. Stop. Your voice has got a total
Our next presenter is
Thank you.
Surekha Vittalrao Kumar from Pimpri Chinchwad University, Pune, Maharashtra, India, presenting towards generatable diabetic regulatory grading of multi-data set cross validation study using hybrid deep learning across Aptos, Hybrid, Medser, and IPACS. Are you there, Surekha?
Yes, yes, ma'am. I'm there.
Okay.
So,
Start your presentation.
shall I start? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, now
Shall I
you
start,
can
ma'am?
start. Yes, yes, sure. Start your
Yeah.
presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present at ICISDA conference 2026. My name is Surekha Dhumar. I am a PhD scholar in electronics engineering at the School of Engineering Technology, Pimpri Chinchwad University, working under the supervision of Dr. Mayur Zakhete. So today I will be presenting our work towards the generalizable diabetic retinopathy grading, a multi-data set cross-validation study using hybrid deep learning across Aptos and ID, RID, Messenger, and the IPACS. These are the different types of data sets which are used for this paper for cross-validation. So in this paper, so let me start with why this work matters. Because the diabetic retinopathy affects an estimated around 34.6% of the people living with the diabetes, and its projection to impact over 160 million people by 2030. The clinical urgency is a real one. So catching it early allows the treatment can uh, prevent the diabetic retinopathy or the lesion loss up to 90%. So here deep learning has made an impressive progress on automated diabetic grading As Mr. Hitesh sir also told in previous presentation, he's also working on the deep learning or the hybrid, hybrid model, where it shows the better result as compared to the classical one. So, but there is a persistent, largely acknowledgeable weakness in how these models are evaluated. So, a model can score up to a 99% of accuracy. Uh, 99% of an accuracy on a benchmark like IPAX, and fail when it sees images from a Indian pathology clinic, where the different types of cameras, different types of lighting, and the different types of patients population is there. So here in here in this paper, the my contribution is of a trustworthy DR grading, where four contributions are given. So first one is the rigorous multi-data set framework, uh, where different types of data sets are used, like Optos, ID, IRD, that is uh, International Diabetic Retinopathy image data set, Macedure, IPAX with the explicit cross data set performance analysis. Second one is the domain agnostic pre-processing pipeline. So with the help of this pre-processing pipeline, the substantially reduces the inter data set limitations, and the model training is there. After that, the third one is the hybrid efficient B4 and the swim transform model. Here, the architecture that we show generalizes better than the basic CNN baseline across every cross data set test we ran. The fourth one is we integrated GradCam++ for the cross data set explainability, verifying the model attains to clinically relevant, rigorous, consistently across all different types of four data sets. So, and so the it is important to know what are the different four data set which are used for the cross validation. So the first one is the Optos 2019, which includes the 3662 images, and according to the international diabetic retinopathy grading scale, it grades the diabetic retinopathy into five category, or the five grades 0 to 4. But the data is small, so the model trained on it alone is a risk of overfitting. And this Optos 2019 data is collected at the time of COVID-19. Because of that, it is Optos 2019, and it is collected at the Arvind Eye Hospital in India. Second one is the IDRID. This is nothing but the international diabetic retinopathy image data. So it is a smaller, which includes only 560 images captured with the Remedio handheld fundus camera, and this data is collected at district Nanded, Maharashtra, India. This data set is a small, but it's uniquely valuable because it has a pixel level lesion annotations and the Indian population data or the data set. Second one is the Macedure 2, was collected in France with the Topcon camera, and which includes the images of 1748, and it uses a different four level of grading. Next one is the IPAC, is the giant of the group, which includes 88,702 images and categorized from 0 to 4, and five gradings are there. Uh, but it's a severely imbalanced because among all these data set, 73% of the images being graded 0. Zero grading means no diabetic, or the no diabetes to that person whose data is collected, or the whose eyes image is collected. So so here uh, uh, f- f- uh, because of these different types of data, the Optos, IDR, Macedor, these are the different images which are captured with the help of different cameras, at different people, different geographical area, and because of that, there are some domain shifts are there. First one is the covariant shift, where it shows that the different cameras, fields, views, and images. Second one is the label shift. Just like the Messenger 4 level scale, different from the 5, because in Messenger, according to their according to Indian DR diabetic retinopathy scale, they divide or the grade 0 to 3. So four gradings are there. So because of the that label shift is there, and the last one is the prior shift. Class frequency imbalance is there, and for the next one is the domain. Let's go to the second part. First one is the data cross validation. Second one is the pre-processing pipeline, as per the second slide. So here the domain agnostic pre-processing pipeline is there, where it concentrated on the main part of the image which is required for the grading. So here concentrated on only green channel extraction, because green channel focuses on the brighter side of the image, and when we take an image of an eye, the most of the part concentrated at the center of the eye, and which includes the exact data which is used for, or the lesions, or the whatever the data which is important for the grading, is at the center of the eye. After that, the uh, second one is the clay, where which is nothing but the uh, which is nothing but the which is nothing but the pipeline's second part, where the concentrated limited adaptive histogram equalization is there. Here the histogram equalization is performed, where as the green channel extract the main data, and after that that data is given to the clay, where only a circular image of that eye is collected, and other data is clipped. But when we clip the data, there should be a limit, because the important data should not be clipped. Because of that, there is a clip limit of 2, and that image is graded into 8 by 8 tilt, so tile or the tilt. So the local concentration without noise without noise amplification can be collected. After that, the Bengram pre-processing is there. So here which subtract the Gaussian smooth version of the image to remove broad illumination gradients and the camera specific background variation. So here the size of image is 512 by 512 with the circular cropping, as I early told you, to remove a non-retinal borders. So then the last one is a standardized resizing. So the image is resized again by 512 into 512, because this is the input which is given, which should be given to the methodology, or the methodology which I am going to use here. So the images should be of the same size, 512 by 512. So after that, this is the hybrid efficient net B4 plus the swim transform architecture, where input image is of 512 by 512. Here the two deep learning models are used, where first one is efficient net B4, and second one is the swim transform. So efficient net B4 branch takes the 512 by 512 input and produces a 16 by 16 16 by 16 tile, which use 1792 feature map or the channels, and capturing local vision features. So efficient net is used for the local lesion localization locally. In parallel, Swim Transform branch processes the same input using shifted window self-attention, producing 600 and 600 tilt or the tile and with the 768 channels representation that captures the global context. So after that, the output of this efficient net and swim transform, which is global and local lesion data collections or the local lesion features and concatenated the along the channel dimensions into combined of 16 by 16, because both the efficient net and swim transform are of a 16 by 16 channel. So by concatenating here 2560 representations are there, which are nothing but the channels of swim transform plus efficient net. So these are concatenated. So here both the results are concatenated. Nothing is removed or subtracted from the image. After that, applying a global average pooling and pass through the two-layer fully concatenated head with the dropout rate of a 0.4 to predict one of the five DR severity. So for a training purpose, we use a combined loss. So cross entropy with the label smoothing plus focal loss weighted by the focal loss. So spatially to handle the class imbalance we saw in the data set like IPAC. So the next one is the validation scenario. So the third part or the third contribution to this paper is nothing but uh, cross validation of a data. So here we have three different types of scenarios. First one, a single data set where uh, it the classical approach, as per the classical approach, single data set is tested on the model, train and test on each data set independently with the five-fold of cross validation, as I told you in the previous slide, pre-processing pipeline. This is our performance scaling baseline where classical data set is tested, trained and tested. After that, the second one, leave one data set out. So here we train on three data set and test on fourth one. So four data sets are there and held out one. So repeating these four times for four different data sets. So this is the scenario that actually measures the generalization to truly unseen domain, and it's the primary scientific contribution to the paper. So next one is a S3. So S3 is the merged data set scenario. We pull all the four data set together, split them patient wise into the category of 70 50 50. So where the 70% is the trained data, 15% is the validation data, and the 15% is the test data. And all of our split is split in every scenario are the patient wise, because two eyes, if we separate the right and left eyes, and which is given to the different data set validation testing, all those things. So maybe sometimes model get confused, or it will use the pattern of same person's eye, no? So some similarities are there in the right and left eye. So left the because of that the same patient never end up with the in a different split. So this is the validation scenario. After that, the generalization gap. These are the this is the central result of the paper under standard single data evaluation. We get accuracies of 96.8 on Optos, 91.2 on IDIRD, 93.5 on a Messenger, and 88.4 on the IPACs. So numbers consistent with the published literature as per the literature review. But when we train on three data set and test on a truly unseen fourth one, so the accuracy drops substantially everywhere. See, the 96.8 is reduced to 90.7, and same as for all the four data sets. So the hardest transfer is for IPAC. So in IPAC it goes from 80 it goes to 82.3 because of its extreme heterogeneity or the imbalanced data. As early I told you, that is the easiest because it grades the 73% of the data zero, by zero grading with no diabetic retinopathy, and easier on what optos 90.7, likely because it shares the Indian population and non-mitotic camera characteristics with the international diabetic retinopathy image data set, which was in the training set. So this gap, that single data set paper never report because they never test it. And uh, uh, and because of that, the merged data set training recovers this gap. So as per this slide, it shows the data set, the result for the hybrid diabetic retinopathy as the method which is used to recover this gap. So for only efficient net B4 data, it is 88.6. For swim transform, it is 87.1. And for the hybrid which is proposed is a 91.8. And the S2 leave one data set, so that one is the 86.1, which is the average one. So the good news is that this gap is largely recoverable when we merge all four data set and train on the pooled domain diverse data. The hybrid model reaches to the 91.8 accuracy. And and there are different parameter also, different parameter also are there, where the accuracy is 0.9964, Cohen's kappa of a 0.88, and the FN score is 0.876. On the stratified and a multi-source test set, which drops the 4.8 to 7.8% absolute improvement over the leave one data set out baseline. So you can see the hybrid model outperformance either branch alone for efficient net, or the swim transform is not as satisfactory as the hybrid one is given 91.8. So how does this compare to the prior multi-data sets? Is the several prior studies reports a higher number of 93 to 98% of the accuracy, but typically evaluate on the same distribution they trend on. So our 91.8 is the internationally the harder number. It's measured on a genuinely unseen satisfied multi-source test set. So the clinical value here is in a rigorous of the evaluation, not in a maximizing the single figure. So so this one is uh, the conclusion slide, where sorry. So multi-data set validation should be minimum standard, because our leave one data set out and merged data set protocol across the for different types of data sets, like optos, ID, IRD, messenger, IPAC, shows that the performance drops from 6 to 15% percentage point should be expected when the single data set or the DR model meets on a unseen clinical domain. So we recommend three things for the field going forward. So the adopt a multi-data set evaluation with the explicit LODO as a minimum standard, and report both the same distribution and cross distribution performance, and the pair generalization claims with the cross data explainability evidence. So as per the data set cross validation data set evaluation and the hybrid model, So it improves the data, and this in this paper we want to conclude that whenever we are using a single data set, it shows a 19 up to 99% of accuracy. But clinically, when a unknown data set is given to that model, it that accuracy drops down. So because of that cross, if we apply a different types of cross validation and a hybrid type of a model, a deep learning model to the system or the data, it shows the better result. Although the accuracy is less uh, as compared to the literature review gave the data or the accuracy up to 92 up to 97 to 98 or 99% of the accuracy. As compared to that, our accuracy is less one, but it is clinically usable data, and because of that, this cross validation for the generalizability is important for the diabetic retinopathy grading. So that's it from my side. If any questions or anything, please let me know.
Am I audible? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I want to know that you have used machine learning model or deep learning model here.
Sir, you are not clearly audible to me. Your voice is coming, but it's not clear.
Yes. If you are the model you are using, is it a machine learning or deep learning?
Sir,
So here in the title it is written as hybrid deep learning, but I want to know that in the presentation which you have made, it looks
sir,
more of
excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
You are not clearly audible, sir. I'm getting your voice, but it's not clearly audible. Is it possible to?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am.
As mentioned in your title, you use deep learning, but as mentioned in your presentation is the machine learning. So what is correct?
Sir, up to deep learning, I understand. After that, can you please repeat once again, ma'am?
Sorry, thank you for that. You are using machine learning or deep learning?
Using
Hmm.
using something I didn't get, ma'am. Wo, your voice is not exactly audible to me.
As you mentioned in your title,
Huh.
validation study using hybrid deep learning. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. And as you mentioned in the presentation that you are using the machine learning. So which one is correct? Deep learning or machine learning?
માય કામ છે ને actually
Deep learning, ma'am.
ને માય
Actually, I'm
કામ read
working on
કરે
the
છે
deep learning.
થોડું સાઉન્ડ મેસેજ ને
આ તો સ્પીકર માંથી અવાજ જાય છે પણ એકચ્યુઅલી અહીંયાથી બોલવું પડે ને ત્યારે ત્યાં જાય છે અવાજ.
Our next presenter is Malik Arora from NITR Chandigarh. Title is finite element analysis and model utilization of a technical 3D printed single axis accelerometer for high G shock application using Cosmos multiphysics. Manik, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Now you share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, sir. I'll just start. Hello, good evening, everyone. Am I audible? My screen is visible?
Yeah, yours is you are also audible. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I am Manik Arora. I am MTech in Mechanical Engineering student in NITTR Chandigarh, and my topic for today is finite element analysis and model characterization of a titanium-based 3D printed single-axis accelerometer for high G-shock applications, which I am doing under the guidance of Dr. Sukhdeep Singh Dhami, who is a professor there in Department of Mechanical Engineering. Sir, should I continue? My voice is audible. So this will be my overall presentation outline. Like I'll start with background and how I defined my objectives, and what is the proposed sensor architecture, what are the current materials, and how we are working on 3D printing, how ion analysis and model shape results are impacting the titanium base, what is the behavior, and how we are validating it comparison with the current availability of silicon based MEMS in the market, and accordingly what are the limitations and future scope we'll be having. So this is how I'll start. So what currently we are having is silicon based microelectronic mechanical system accelerometers are available in India as well as globally, but there is a bottleneck that silicon based MEMS have a low fracture toughness. Like we have, if we have any application in high G shock applications like aerospace, industrial engineering, automotive, so in that particular case it has a low fracture toughness. So what we are doing is we are analyzing a titanium 3D printed, which is additively manufactured direct metal laser sintering method we are using. Currently, MEMS are being produced through photolithography material, which are based on silicon material, which has a low fracture toughness. So identifying that bottleneck and applications into high shock G shock applications like in aerospace and automotive. So what we are designing is we are designing a titanium alternate, which is having a high specific strength, fatigue resistance, and corrosion resistance, which makes this particular metal, titanium, attractive to work under harsh environments. So what methods we are adopting is DMLS based 3D printed material. Currently, we are not having any 3D printed titanium based MEMS available globally. we are this is a novel idea. So these are the objectives and scope. Like we have designed the mechanical architecture. What are the major components of that will be proof mass, folded beam strings, anchors. The image of the overall design I'll be sharing you in the next slide. So what we'll be doing is we'll be performing model analysis in COMSOL software to identify which is the dominant sensing mode and giving the linear displacement results. And and then we'll evaluate how proof mass displacement analytically over a G-shock range of 1G to 10,000 G, and comparing titanium-based 3D printing material against the conventional silicon-based MEMS accelerometers. So this is the overall proposed architecture. Sir, this is a proof mass. These are the four folded spring structures, and this is a 2.5 mm and 2.5 mm, as it is microelectronic mechanical system, so it is at micro level. So this is a side view. Like we have a substrate or PCB anchor structure is there, which will hold this folded beam spring and a proof mass. So this proof mass is basically an inertial sensing element. When a shock is applied, how much is the deflection in it? Either it is in the direction of the particular acceleration is applied, or it is not. So accordingly, this all we are designing and simulating on COMSOL software. So this is the overall CAD geometry. These are the properties of silicon which are already titanium, which are already available in COMSOL. So we have directly feeded these properties, and what we have imagined is like the structure is homogeneous, isotropic, linear elastic titanium properties. So these all inputs we have taken from the COMSOL material library and applied uniformly across all the structure dimensions. So this is the overall structure which we have designed. This is the mesh structure of the design while doing it in COMSOL. So we have a domain elements of around 6,132, boundary elements of around 2,550, edge elements of around 624, and degree of freedom. Basically, we have a single axis MEM, so it is a single axis degree of freedom we are providing. The boundary conditions which we have ensured while doing this is the fixed constraint at the anchors. Anchors, what I have shown here was these are the anchor structures. So these are fixed rigid structures. So elsewhere it is free. It is free to move across the spring whenever the acceleration is applied across the single axis. So this is IN frequency study and solid mechanic module. So these six frequency we have taken starting from 11,083 hertz. So after applying this frequency, what is the dominant motion in that proof mass? It is leading to flexural rocking. So while applying 12,001 hertz, we have selected this as a primary sensing mode because it shows a dominant sir, sorry. Am I audible?
Yeah, we are audible. Just continue.
Okay, so this primary mode 2 we have taken as primary sensing mode. Reason being, it is showing the dominant translation motion what in along the sensing direction along which the acceleration is applied. So it is showing the translation along that particular direction. So that we have, after coming through all the, analyzing all six frequencies, so we have concluded that this 12,001 hertz is our primary sensing mode. So this is overall model shape analysis. Mode 1, how it is showing flexural proof mass rocking. Like one, we can see the spring structure here. It is showing the flexural rocking. And in mode 2 analysis, we have shown the systematic translation. So it is uniformly displacement of the spring. So it is not leading to any flexural rocking of the mass. So now we'll discuss about what we are doing and what conventionally is available in the market. So we'll just have a little comparison of all these things. Currently, we have silicon-based MEMS which have low brittleness and which are not successful in under high shock applications. So what we have proposed is titanium. We have proposed which is highly ductile metallic, and we have a high shock sensitivity of this. So earlier, the silicon-based MEMS are produced in clean rooms through photolithography, but we have adopted a method of 3D printing, additive manufacturing method. And the corrosion and fatigue. So overall sensitivity and fatigue resistance, we are getting high under high shock applications. So there's a lot of noise coming in the background. So these are the key discussion points like bandwidth, primary bandwidth. Sir, a lot of noise is coming at the background, please. So these are the key discussion points. Like we have a primary sensing mode which we have identified by applying different frequencies. So 12,001 hertz is showing the operatable bandwidth of so it is suitable for fast transient shock events. And the benefit of using titanium is that it is having high shock resistance, high toughness, and high corrosion resistance as compared to silicon-based MEMS, what conventionally are available in the market. And what limitation of this is because we have done only model analysis, we have done only simulation design and simulation. So in future we have a scope of static, harmonic, and transient shock. Actually we can synthesize and produce these 3D printed MEMS, and we can have the actual experimental testing on that particular product. So this I'll be concluding with my conclusions that we have designed an titanium accelerometer of 2.5 mm into 2.5 mm. 6 modes were identified. Primary sensing mode was at 12,001 hertz. So we have mesh convergence we have done with around 6,132 elements, and sensitivity we have got around 1.725 nanometer per gram, because linear response up to 10,000. So what actually we have got is what we have analyzed through design is that we have a titanium based 3D printed design of MEMS, which is far better than conventionally available and suitable for applications into high shock applications like aerospace, industries, automotives, etc. And what are the future scope we can work on? Like we have done only design and simulation. So static structural and harmonic responses analysis can be done. Modeling of additively manufactured process effects can be done. Physical fabrication can be done, and that is what experimental vibration shock testing and validation of the particular product which we have produced through 3D printing can be done in future. So these are the key references. I have analyzed around 24 papers, out of which 16 are SCI and 7 are journal papers, and 1 is a book chapter. So those details for reference are being published in my published paper and thesis report. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Manik, what are the major applications of your research work?
Some applications are basically we have silicon based MEMS which are not applicable for aerospace defense. Reason being they have a low shock resistance. So for that we have aerospace defense, automotive, industrial, and impact testing also, where the high shock and high loading works basically. So these are applicable onto those particular areas like aerospace, defense, automotives, and industrial high, like heavy metal industries we can have.
So what are the safety factors for this?
Pardon, ma'am?
What are the safety factors for this if we are move forward with your research work?
Ma'am, actually, this is a very small. I'll say just it is a micro level sensor basically. So it will basically help in working under high shock applications. The benefit of this is currently we are having a photolithography based silicon based MEMS. So now we are shifting into titanium based, which is a much harder metal. So it has a better shock resistance, so it provides better safety, high fracture toughness. So under extreme conditions it won't fracture basically like what is available in conventional MEMS. So it is suitable to work under harsh environments.
Okay, so in future we can use aero application as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Is there any IoT device connected to your model?
Pardon, sir? Sir, your voice actually is not clear. Sorry.
Is there any IoT device connected to your model?
Sir, actually, I am able to listen, but the voice is not clear.
So it's trying to ask you that any IoT device is connected in your model?
No, as of now, no. But while fabricating and all, we can have during applications, yes. In my PhD work, yes, I can think about it, like applying, integrating the IoT and Industry 4.0 with it. So in future, yes, there is a scope of integrating this.
Very good presentation. Thank you, Moni. Our next presenter is Shravani from PIMS.
Thank you, everyone.
Shravani, are you here? Shravani? Shravani, are you there? Shravani is presenting comparative in silico analysis of anthocyanin biosynthetic enzymes reveals evolutionary conservation and functional diversity among Orchia species, biosynthesis, LODI, glycosyl transfers, melanine transfers, physiogenetics analysis. Shoni, are you there? Shravani R. Shravani, are you available? Are you in the participant list already? Can you hear me? Okay then. Now we move over. Okay. Shravani, please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible now. Please share your screen and slideshow.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible now. Just slideshow your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Are the slides visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible. Now you can start.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shravani, here to present our research topic on behalf of our team, Ms. Swati B, my fellow author, and our guide, Dr. G. Dhanalakshmi, Associate Professor at Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences, Department of Biochemistry. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for providing us this opportunity. I'm really pleased to present you about our paper titled Comparative In Silico Analysis of Anthocyanin Biosynthetic Enzymes, which reveals evolutionary conservation and functional diversity among the Oryza species. Let us start with a brief introduction about this topic. As we all know, rice is a major staple food form in many of the countries around Asia. So it is really important to know the nutritional quality of different rice varieties. We have selected 4 wild red rice varieties. They are Oryza sativa Os N22, Oryza rufipogan, Oryza punctata, and Oryza nivara. And we chose to study about anthocyanin biosynthesis in these rice varieties, as we all know how important role the anthocyanin molecules plays as antioxidants in our body. So we have chosen 3 enzymes. They are leucoanthocyanidin dioxygenase, glycosyl transferase, and malonyl transferase. And we have studied the comparison. We compared their genomes in these rice varieties to understand their evolutionary relationship, which really plays an important role in pigmentation of the rice grains, stress tolerance, and metabolic diversity of the rice plant. It is really essential to understand this information in order to develop nutrient-rich and stress-tolerant rice varieties. Now, my teammate Swati will continue from here.
Good evening, everyone. As my teammate Shravani gave the brief introduction of our research topic, so let's see all the objectives. So coming to the objectives, the main aim of our research was to perform a comparative bioinformatic analysis of the 3 important enzymes which are involved in the biosynthesis of anthocyanin. The 3 enzymes are leucoanthocyanidin dioxygenase, which is also called LOD1, glycosyl transferase, and malonyl transferase. Sir? Okay, sir. For this study, we selected the 4 Oryza species that are Oryza punctata, Oryza nivara, Oryza rufipogan, and Oryza sativa N22. The first objective of our study is to analyze the similarity of the sequences and their evolutionary relationships through multiple sequence alignment and phylogenetic tree analysis. The second objective of our study is to evaluate the protein physicochemical characteristics. And third objective is to predict the subcellular localization. And then finally, we aim to understand the functional contribution of these enzymes to anthocyanin biosynthesis. So next, let's see the methodology. So coming to the methodology, the study was carried out through a series of bioinformatic steps, starting from selection of rice species and ending with comparative functional interpretations. So firstly, as said before, the 4 rice species were being selected. the Oryza rice species were selected, and their genome sequence was being retrieved from the rice genome hub. Then the genes associated with the anthocyanin biosynthesis were being identified, and the target enzymes were selected. As mentioned before, that is leukoanthocyanidin dioxygenase, glucosyltransferase, and malonyl transferase. These enzymes, which are associated with the biosynthesis of anthocyanin, and then the mRNA and protein sequences of these enzymes were being retrieved from the rice genome hub itself. Then from these three target enzymes we selected, the retrieved sequences were subjected to different types of sequence analysis. Firstly, multiple sequence alignment, which was performed using the cluster omega tool, which helps us to compare the sequences and identify conserved and variable regions among the different rice species. Then the sequences, the aligned sequences, were then used for the phylogenetic analysis, which helps to build the phylogenetic tree. Next, for protein sequence, the protein sequence analysis to study the characteristics of the proteins, which involve physicochemical properties, which is performed using the XPASI ProTparam tool. Then subcellular or localization of these enzymes has been performed using the plant MP log tool. Then functional annotation and pathway analysis were being done using the KEGG database. Then the motif identification was performed using the meme suite, this which helps to identify the conserved sequence motifs. And then after that, after this, the results were compared among the 4 rice species based on the sequence similarity, evolutionary relationship, protein properties, localization, and pathway information. The possible role of these enzymes in anthocyanin biosynthesis were interpreted. So next, my friend Shami will detail about the results obtained.
To start with the results obtained for multiple sequence alignment and phylogenetic analysis, for leukoanthocyanidin dioxygenase 1 enzyme, also known as anthocyanidin synthase, we can see that the sequence of this enzyme in all the 4 rice species doesn't show that much of divergence. And the phylogenetic tree also shows that OSN22 and Nivara species are closely related, with Rufipoken showing slight deviation from these two, and Punctata is completely different, forming a separate branch from these 3 rice varieties. For glycosyl transferase enzyme in the 4 rice varieties, we can see that Nivara variety, OSN22, and Rufipogan variety are closely related, with Punctata being distant from these 3 rice varieties. And for malonyl transferase enzyme also, we can see that OSN22 and Nivara are related, with Punctata being slightly distant and Rufipogan forming a completely different branch in the tree. The pairwise sequence comparison of these varieties for all the 3 enzyme dioxygenase 1 enzyme between the varieties Oryza punctata and Oryza punctata and Oryza nivara, whereas the lowest sequence similarity percentage is seen in Rufipogan and Nivara. For glycosyl transferase, we can see that Oryza sativa was N22 and Oryza nivara have the exactly similar sequence of mRNA, which shows 100% sequence similarity, and the lowest percentage of similarity is 92.08% between Punctata and Nivara, which suggests that the sequence of glycosyl transferase in all the 4 varieties is highly conserved. Whereas for malonyl transferase, the percentage is varying greatly, indicating that the sequence of this enzyme in the 4 varieties is not as much conserved as LOD1 or glycosyl transferase. We can see that highest percentage of similarity itself is 95.25% between OSN22 and Nivara species, whereas lowest is 82.13 between Punctata and Nivara. So, moving on to physicochemical properties of these enzymes, we can see that the isoelectric point for all the 3 enzymes among all the 4 species is not that much divergent, which indicates all these proteins have similar structure and similar function among all the 4 rice varieties. The molecular weight also for LOD among the 4 varieties is not varying so much, which is also indicating that the sequence is conserved, the amino acid sequence for this enzyme is conserved among all the 4 rice varieties. For glycosyl transferase also, we can see that the molecular weight is not much variant. It lies in a smaller range of smaller range of number, indicating that this is also highly conserved among the 4 rice varieties. But for malonyl transferase, although not so much divergent compared to the other 2 enzymes, this is a bit distant, not so conserved. And as for an instability index, this score given by Expacipro param indicates the stability of a protein in vitro conditions. So for an ideal protein, the instability index should be less than 40. But as we can see for malonyl transferase, it is high more than 50 in all the 4 rice varieties. But that doesn't suggest it will be unstable even in the plant. This is just for in vitro conditions. The tool will give for in vitro conditions only. So the other 2 proteins, LOD1 and glycosyl transferase, are stable even in vitro conditions. Aliphatic index indicates the abundance of aliphatic amino acids among these enzymes in all the 4 rice varieties. So the results show that they have good aliphatic index, meaning they have higher concentration of aliphatic amino acid, which indicates that all the proteins are thermostable. An increased aliphatic index indicates that the protein is more thermostable. So GRAVI score is nothing but grand average of hydrophathy, indicates if a protein is hydrophobic or hydrophilic in nature. A positive score, a positive GRAVI score will indicate that the protein is hydrophobic, whereas negative scores indicate that the protein is hydrophilic. So the results showed that the LOD1 among all the 4 rice varieties is hydrophilic, whereas for glycosyl transferase, only the one in the variant in Oryza punctata is hydrophilic, whereas the other 3 is hydrophobic. And for malonyl transferase also, rufipogan is hydrophilic, and the other 3 varieties are hydrophobic, indicating that these varieties may be associated with membranes in the rice varieties. This table shows the number of positively charged and number of negatively charged residues in these proteins, and also gives the total atomic composition of the proteins and extinction coefficient, which is essential to which indicates the how strongly this protein absorbs light at standard 289 nanometer wavelength. Which is essential to calculate the concentration of protein. So this table shows the amino acid composition of all 20 standard amino acids in all the 3 enzymes in all 4 rice varieties. So these results on overall basis show that in LOD1, the amino acid composition among the variant rice varieties, it is not that different. They only show small amount of differences. Whereas in glycosyl transferase, among the 4 rice varieties, we can see few of the amino acids like histidine and all, they are exactly the same amount of percentage of histidine, isoleucine, and leucine can be seen, and indicating that the amino acid sequence of glycosyl transferase in the 4 varieties will be highly conserved and highly similar. Whereas for malonyl transferase, the amino acid sequence is not comparatively conserved than the LOD1 and glycosyl transferase. We can see higher amount of variation among the amino acid percentage in malonyl transferase. So this table shows us the subcellular localization results for the 3 enzymes among the 4 rice varieties. we can see that LOD1 is present in cytoplasm among all the 4 rice varieties, and glycosyl transferase is present in chloroplast. Malonyl transferase is present in cytoplasm, which also correlates with their roles in anthocyanin biosynthesis. So this gives a brief role of these enzymes in the anthocyanin biosynthesis. Our first enzyme, leucoanthocyanidin dioxygenase 1, also called anthocyanidin synthase, plays a major role in conversion of leucoanthocyanidins to anthocyanidins. It will oxidize the colorless precursor molecules, leucoanthocyanidins, to anthocyanidins, and thus forming the colored anthocyanidin molecules. And later, glycosyl transferase and malonyl transferase will add sugar moieties to this anthocyanidin molecules. Glycosylation will increase the stability and solubility of anthocyanins and also promote their accumulation in plastids and vacuoles. Malonyl transferase will enhance the pigmentation and facilitates vacuolar storage by adding more and more. After glycosylation, more sugar moieties will be added to the anthocyanin molecule, increasing its stability and promoting its accumulation. Here we can see the KEGG pathway of anthocyanin biosynthesis. This pathway shows biosynthesis of three most common anthocyanin molecules. They are pelargonidin, cyanidin, and this one shows delphinidin. So in the pathway also we can observe pelargonidin, cyanidin, and delphinidin. These are the leucoanthocyanidin molecules. They are the precursor molecules obtained from flavonoid biosynthesis. They'll be in the form of flavin 3,4 diols. They are synthesized in the during the flavonoid biosynthesis. Later, these molecules will be oxidized by leucoanthocyanidin dioxygenase 1 to form the colored products. These colored pelargonidin, cyanidin, and delphidin will be further acted upon by glycosyl transferase and malonyl transferase, which enzymes you can see highlighted in this pathway. These enzymes will add the sugar moieties to the colored anthocyanidin molecules. This addition of sugar moieties will increase the stability of the protein, and it will also promote the accumulation. So we can see that glycosyl transferase is adding sugar moieties and increasing its stability, which also explains its presence in chloroplast, as it is responsible for accumulating this anthocyanin in the plastids and vacuoles. So this shows the synthesis of delphinidin. Here also we can see glycosyl transferases and malonyl transferases highlighted. They are involved in addition of sugar molecules to the anthocyanidin molecules. So to conclude with, as far as in the results, we have seen that LOD1 glycosyl transferase and malonyl transferase, all three enzymes are involved in synthesis of anthocyanins. And among the three enzymes, glycosyl transferase sequence is highly conserved compared to the other two, and malonyl transferase shows the greater evolutionary divergence among all three enzymes. Physicochemical characterization also showed that these proteins are stable, and subcellular localization and their KEGG functional annotation are correlated. KEGG pathway analysis also showed that LOD1, glycosyl transferase, and malonyl transferase are all involved in anthocyanin biosynthesis. And overall findings provide that give us a better understanding of molecular basis of anthocyanin biosynthesis in these rice grains, and it is also helpful for future studies which to improve rice pigmentation, to improve their nutritional quality, and to develop stress tolerant varieties. With developing these wild rice varieties to produce more nutrients can be helpful in developing rice as a functional food. These are the few references. Thank you. Any questions, sir?
Hello. My question is that when we apply the enzymes on the rice, so it is cost effective after they apply the enzyme?
Ma'am, your voice is not clear, ma'am.
I'm saying that uh, when to apply the enzymes on the rice, right? For the nutrition and the pigmentation and all other characteristics. So it is.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but your voice is not clear, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible?
You're audible, ma'am, but the words are not clear, ma'am.
I'm trying to say that when you apply the enzymes on the rice, right? Hello.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Can you stop sharing and I'll mute in one device and listen through other device, ma'am?
1 second.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Resound.
એનું નહીં પેલા માઇક નું છે પેલા મેમ બોલે નહીં રે ભાઈ
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, ma'am, are we audible? Hello.
સ્પીકર વર જ
કેમ બંધ થઈ જાય
Hello. Hello. Stravani, you're audible only.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me, Shravani?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. My question is that when we apply the rice enzymes on the rice, so it is cost effective or not?
Ma'am? We couldn't understand you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Voice is not proper, ma'am.
Okay. Just thank you. Next presentation is
Can you please text the question, ma'am, so we could answer it as voice is not properly audible?
hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
you're audible, ma'am, but the
Voice is
sound is
echoing. Voice is not properly audible, ma'am. So can you please text me question, ma'am, so we could answer it.
Now, I am clearly audible. Hello.
Ma'am?
Am I audible clear?
Yes, ma'am. Slightly. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
I-
You're audible.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask the question now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shari, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. My question is that when we apply the enzymes on the rice, right?
When we apply enzymes on the
Apply enzymes on the rice.
on rice. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when we apply the enzymes on the rice, it is cost effective or not?
It is effective, ma'am.
Cost effective. Okay. Got your answer. Thank you. Our last presenter is Aishwarya. Is from TIMS. Title is Computational Evolution of the Anti-Obesity Potential of Phytochemical Isolated from Millet Using Molecular Docking. Aishwarya, can you hear me?
Aishwarya, help me.
Aishwarya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Am I audible to you? Shawni, please stop your sharing the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Aishwarya can share the screen. Okay. Yeah. Aishwarya, please unmute yourself and share the screen. And start your presentation. Okay. Keep it short your presentation so we can conclude this session as soon as possible.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah. Now start your presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah. You are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. I'm Aishwarya from the Department of Biochemistry, Padma Shri Institute of Management and Sciences. Today, I'm here to present our work entitled Computational Evolution of the Anti-Obesity Potential of Phytochemicals Isolated from the Cordo Millet using molecular docking. It carried out under the guidance of Dr. G. Dhanlakshmi ma'am, Associate Professor of Biochemistry. I'm presenting this work along with my group members, Nidhishri and Sneha. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to present our work at this conference. First, coming to the introduction, metabolic disorders are becoming the more common nowadays, and they are the major health concerns. When lipid metabolism is disturbed, it can lead to problems like obesity, high cholesterol, atherosclerosis, and cardiovascular disorders. So, in our work, we mainly focused on two important enzymes involved in the lipid metabolism. They are pancreatic triacylglycerol glycerol lipase and HMG-CoA reductase. Pancreatic lipase, it helps in breaking down dietary triglycerides. So, if we inhibit this enzyme, means it can reduce the digestion and absorption of the dietary fat, which may help in controlling the obesity. So, the second most important enzyme is the HMG-CoA reductase. It is a rate-limiting enzyme involved in cholesterol synthesis. So, inhibiting this enzyme can help to reduce the cholesterol production in our body. So, for this,
our natural sources, we selected the kodo millet. It is scientifically known as Paspalum's probiculatum. It is a nutritionally rich and contains different biotic compounds like phenolic acids and flavonoids. So our main idea was to identify these phytochemicals and to see how they may interact with these two enzymes like pancreatic triglycerol lipase and HMG-CoA reductase. Then next, moving to the objectives. Our main aim was to identify the phytochemicals present in our selected kodo millet and study their possible pharmacological properties using computational methods. So for this, we analyzed both raw and cooked millet samples using the LCMS. After identifying the compounds by using LCMS, we checked their drug-like properties using Lipinski rule of 5 and predicted their ADME properties using Swiss ADME tool. So finally, we use the molecular docking to see how these compounds can bind with the pancreatic lipase and HMG-CoA reductase. So these are our two target enzymes. Next, coming to the workflow. So first, the kodo millet samples were collected from the local organic farm. We had collected them from the organic farm and we prepared both raw and cooked samples. And these samples we had extracted separately using 70% ethanol by cold maceration for about 24 hours. Then the extracts were then analyzed. We analyzed using LCMS to identify the phytochemicals. After this, the identify compounds and the positive controls we obtained from the PubChem tool, and the drug likeness and ADME properties were studied. For molecular docking, we prepared the ligand structures using NCI cactus and the obtained protein structures from the protein data bank. And finally, we performed the molecular docking using the CB dock tool. So now looking to the LCMS analysis. So both raw and cooked kodo millet extracts were subjected to LCMS to identify the phytochemicals. And the compounds which we had detected using electrospray ionization and the obtained data were analyzed using the instrument software. From these results, the identified phytochemicals which we had identified were selected for we had selected for the further computational studies. Next, we are going to the in silico studies. From the LCMS analysis data which we had obtained, we identify these several important compounds such as hydrobenzoic acid, ferulic acid, quercetin, apigenin, luteolin, and also other glycosylated flavones. Most of these compounds, they belong to the phenolic acid groups and flavonoid groups. So for comparison, we used olistat as a positive control for pancreatic lipase and atrovastin for the HMG-CoA reductase. The structures of all these compounds were obtained from the PubChem tool, and we used this for the further analysis. Next, we are moving to the Lipinski rule. We check the drug-like properties of these compounds using the Lipinski rule of Y. As you all know the rules of the Lipinski rule. This mainly looks at the properties like molecular weight, hydrogen bond donors and acceptors, and also lipophilicity. Among our compounds, hydrobenzoic acid, ferulic acid, and apigenin, these compounds, they showed the zero violations, which indicates favorable drug-like properties. And the quercetin, it showed 3 violations, while luteolin and glycosylflavone showed the 2 and 1 violations. And also the olistat, it also showed 1 violation. So after this, we use the Swiss ADME tool to look at the properties such as GI absorption, blood-brain barrier permeability, solubility, and bioavailability. Hydrobenzoic acid and ferulic acid showed the highest GI absorption with a bioavailability score of 0.85, while apigenin showed the highest GI absorption with a score of 0.55. So overall, hydrobenzoic acid, ferulic acid, and apigenin showed particularly favorable predicted properties. So now coming to the main part of our computational work, which is the molecular docking. Here we wanted to see how the identify which phytochemicals we had identified how they may bind with the pancreatic lipase and the HMG-CoA reductase, as these are our main target enzymes. In general, a more negative score means it is more favorably predicted by it is more favorable predicted binding. Among all the compounds, Apigeny showed the best binding with the pancreatic lipase with a score of minus 9.3 kilocalories per mole, whereas Olistat showed the minus 6.6 kilocalories per mole. Similarly, with HMG-CoA reductase, Apigeny showed a docking score of minus 9.2 kilocalories per mole compared with the Atrovastin, which showed minus 8.2 kilocalories per mole. So, based on our docking results, Apigeny showed the favorable interactions with both of the target enzymes, and it has been emerged as a promising compound. But we should remember that the docking only predicts the possible binding between a compound and a protein, but it does not confirm actual enzyme inhibition or biological activity. So, further experimental studies are needed for the further analysis. So, to conclude through so to conclude, the through LCMS analysis, we identify several bioactive phytochemicals in the codon millet, mainly belonging to phenolic acid and the flavonoid groups. The Lipinski rule and the Swiss ADME results showed that several of these compounds had favorable predicted drug-like properties and also the pharmacokinetics properties. When we performed our molecular docking, we found favorable interactions with both of the targeted enzymes, which are pancreatic lipase and also HMG-CoA reductase. So, among all these compounds, apigenin, it showed the strongest predicted binding with minus 9.3 kilocalories per mole for pancreatic lipase and minus 9.2 kilocalories per mole for HMG-CoA reductase. In the KEGG pathway analysis, it also showed that these targets are involved in lipid digestion and cholesterol biosynthesis. So overall, these findings suggest that Podo millet, which we had selected, the phytochemicals which we obtained, particularly apigenin, may have the potential in managing both of the obesity and high cholesterol. However, since these are the computational findings, further clinical studies, in vitro, in vivo studies are needed to confirm their safety, effectiveness, and also the therapeutic potentials. Thank you. These are my references. Thank you. Any questions?
Hello, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Aishwarya, what is
Yes, ma'am.
what is the application, main application we use in the health center like hospital and medical?
Your voice is not audible properly, ma'am.
Hello, hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. What is the main application in the health center of your research work?
Ma'am, the main application of our studies, it will provide a computational screening approach to identify the promising bioactive phytochemicals from the kodo millet which we had selected. So among the compounds which we had studied, the apigenin, it showed the favorable predicted interactions with both of our target enzymes, pancreatic lipase and HMG-CoA reductase.
Very good. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
With that, we conclude the scheduled academic program for day one. Thank you for listening the speaker, presenter, delegate, organizer, technical team for making the first day meaningful and productive. We look forward to welcoming everyone again tomorrow for day two. ICISDA-2026. Have a pleasant evening. Thank you.
अरे एंड कर दो बंद